ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Monastery, the world's greatest shit show, the open bar of the internet, and the place where me and the good brothers and sisters of this most holy of temples choose to seek enlightenment by laughing at dumbasses, including ourselves, because we just had the botchiest botch this side of Botchville.
A shameful display!
Yeah, I know I deserve that. OBS decided to screw up and use the old audio. This is the second time this has happened. For whatever reason, when it comes to managing audio, I am cursed.
Well, you're not as cursed as the damn Maple Leafs.
No, but it's the Maple Leafs, so fuck those guys. Even, I mean, you're gonna compare me to the one team that even the rest of Canada doesn't like. To the point where I remember reading an article during the playoff race last year that said it looks like our best hope for a Canadian Cup is the Maple Leafs. Sorry, guys.
So basically, they're the Canadian Dallas Cowboys. Oh boy.
Well, yeah, because they like to talk about how they've actually won a cup. Except, yeah, you won a cup in the pre-expansion NHL.
We'll talk about that when we get around to a future sports ball episode.
That kind of stuff will get covered next month. We have a bit of a thing on how we're going to handle that once we get to that point.
Hint, it's going to be a super show.
Mm-hmm. Now then, I'm glad to see that the Battle Century G review managed to get off to a good start. I am very glad that RPG a Day is done. And I had to bitch. I think I bitched about 3 different times in the last month. Autocratic, next time you do this, stick to actual questions instead of having me go through a fucking Rorschach test.
Oh God. Yes, it reminds me of that. It reminds me of Back to School. Remember that part where they have to take the test?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "I'm going to ask you one question in 27 parts."
Kill me. But apparently Xanatrix really liked it because of my little nod, in part due to my little nod about symmetrical docking.
Yeah, he probably wanted to torture you.
No. I had brought up the anime Gao Gaigar. He's like, "Oh, you're an M just like me, huh?" Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna tweet out the show link on my shit because I've gained some new followers because Dan Maplethorpe's journey to the NPC dark side has completed. And
I think later tonight I'm going to message that artist you brought up to me before we went live, and see if he'd be willing to whip something up for me.
Oh, Pablo Romero, the guy who did my shit.
I've already got one other who I'm going to be in communication with, but it never hurts to have some variety.
Yeah, because I don't know if Pablo's still doing commissions because he's been doing some shit in the last couple months, but who knows? Doesn't hurt to ask. All right.
And if not, I can just shop around, and I'm pretty sure you can think of some backups. But let's get on with the show. So, first off, for the Kickstarter spotlight, coming to us all the way from Finland, we have Mind Seize, which is describing itself as a story-driven Metroidvania game. They're asking for 19,000. They've got 7.4 thousand currently, with 25 days to go.
All right, let's see. Oh, hold on. Okay, Mind Seas. That's what it's called.
Yep.
All right, let's see if this is a boom or bust here. Okay, the art's decent. Good start.
A private investigator robot. Okay. Okay.
Looks good. Looks good.
Actually, he's just a normal private investigator. He uploaded his consciousness into a robotic body called Mag and is continuing the chase for a group known as the Ascended. Though I gotta say I like the design. I see there's MC Fox, who is currently hospitalized, but did the whole thing with the upload consciousness.
Okay, yeah. Everything looks copacetic here. Like the thing, of course. One guy in the crew needs to cut off his goddamn man bun.
Let's see who needs to cut off who needs to cut off the man bun?
Their sound designer.
Ah, for a second I thought you were talking about one of the characters, but so let's see. We have the planet's surface and the spaceship, and being able to upgrade the body that you're uploading into. Nice, nice.
Okay.
It definitely seems that even though this is very much a Metroidvania game, the combat is not typical Metroidvania. In fact, they outright
Oh,
stated that
definitely,
they are
yeah.
taking inspiration from the Mega Man X and Zero games. Nice.
I think it will definitely work then.
As much, don't get me wrong, I love me some Metroidvania, but you can't deny that there is a certain degree of stiffness when it comes to combat in a Metroid game.
Yeah. But I'll tell you this right now. They at least the yeah, but having like a sort of a Mega Man X style movement system, I think it'll cancel that mess out.
It's got a decent amount of weapons, and okay, so we've got some nice little lighting effects and possibly some stealth aspects. Let's see what they have for stretch goals. One of them's a Switch version, an extended soundtrack, and a physical Switch version. I think it's very telling that instead of trying to focus on multiple ports, the only port they're really interested in is the Switch.
Yeah. And that's not no, it's not blame. Can't really blame them because there's been a lot of freaking Kickstarter games coming up on Switch,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I keep saying that's why I kept saying for the past 2 years, the Switch is gonna be the last console standing because I don't think shit like the next PS, PlayStation, or the next Xbox. I don't think they're going to even be able to cut into it because they've already kneecapped themselves on some bullshit.
Oh, definitely. And I gotta say, I really love their sprite work.
Oh,
Let me
definitely, yeah,
see.
right.
You know, I see the person you said who has the man bun. But with that beard, with the way the beard is set up, I'm trying to figure out if he's trying to go for a man bun or trying to go for the samurai look. If it's the latter, I take back my comments about man bun.
Okay, yeah, but still,
But one other thing that I found kind of amusing is that one of the rewards is get your dog in the game.
uh,
I'm pretty
what if you
sure
got a cat?
I'm pretty sure that can you pet the dog Twitter account would appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
you've
by the
seen
way,
that one.
yeah. Oh, by the way, you double link something in the spotlights that because it's the same Mind Seas.
That's odd.
So you
That's
botched again.
Yes, I did.
A shameful display!
Let me see if that's also in. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did it in the docket as well. God damn it! But as far as Mind Seas go, yeah, I'd like to see this
Oh.
one actually get released proper.
This deserves a full release and full backing.
All right, and next we have Eldritch Century, which is asking for 7,000. They're currently at 9,939 with 17 days to go. Normally, I would not cover this because of my policies, but apparently they are doing a dual system approach.
Oh,
where
okay.
they're
So
using both 5e and actually no, I take that back. What they're using is a heavily modified 5e that they call the Draco system.
good, because I'll tell you, at least they, yeah. So basically, 5e done right, pretty much.
Yep. And what we apparently have is a post apocalypse dealing with my or rather not a post apocalypse. This is a bit of a Weird War 2.
Oh no, more like Weird War
War
1.
2, I should say.
Actually, it's Weird War 1 because it's because it said 1918.
Yeah. And given the fact that they talk about three paths based on decisions and character creation and a freeform power system, I get the feeling this is very much not going to be as restrictive as D&D 5th edition can be, which is ultimately one of the bigger problems that I have with it as a game. Wokeness aside, it would be easy for me to just dismiss 5th edition because of wokeness, but no, I'm not giving it that luxury. But yeah. So this is in 1984, 66 years after the world to end all wars ended up going worse, with a miasma bringing things that look like the thing that probably is going to pop out of 3 Mile Island in 50 years.
Oh. Oh boy.
But because of that, because of what ended up happening, this is why I say we've got a bit of a post apocalypse, because we have new nations propping up in the space of the old. Because we have the Atlantean Alliance, which is a capitalist state formed by British lords, American tycoons, and Mexican caudillos. Probably may have mispronounced that. Apparently, they have a bunch of underwater caverns where these secrets to Atlantean atomics and dynamism were hidden. So they have math. So they have math and physical knowledge that allows them to warp reality.
So basically, that small ass forest in France is basically causing all the world's ills, huh?
Yep.
A small ass forest in fucking France. Of course.
You know, there's a joke I could make about the French wanting to fuck everything.
Yeah. So because of that small force that turned everything into fucking eldritch abominations, whole world's turned into a fucking shit show.
Let's see. Then we have the Sino-Siberian Mandate, which apparently describes itself as a communist monarchy from the war-torn Soviets.
Here's the problem, though. China was not communist at the time, and I think by the time the miasma happened, the communist state was just installed. So the question is, I'm trying to figure out is how the hell did it went from this to like they went from zero to bat shit and like that. But then again, it is a 66-year difference.
Yeah.
So I could assume that outside of Europe, the timeline went pretty much as pretty much went on as usual.
I'd say 50% as usual, but the focus is going to be on Europe, and in my opinion, that's how something like this should stay. Like if you want to handle the Americas, handle that in expansion later. Don't do
Yeah,
that right now. But
but that
uh,
would but that would be funny though if the world went on like we could see sort of like oh god, we could see like some sort of Miami Vice type shit going on in that expansion. But then again, that would be nice though. I don't know why even though some years passed, they all still dress like a fucking somewhat steampunkish shit, you know? I don't know.
although apparently they have a lot of EM weaponry and directed energy weapons because of Nikola Tesla's daughter. So
Oh,
and a mandate from a monastic order from Himalayan monadists, which gives me the vibe that this isn't quite the communist state that the Soviet was.
yeah.
Of course, it's kind of hard to push ideology when you're dealing with a miasma that's spawning monsters.
Yeah.
Then we have the Zarathustrian hegemony, which are a bunch of warrior scientists who clearly want to achieve post-humanity.
Oh god.
And
Bad idea.
and had furthered their discoveries thanks to the fact that they found El Dorado.
Oh god. So yeah, these guys are probably they look like they can go nuts in a drop of a hat.
Well, they're psychics, so maybe. Let's see, then we have the Aksumite Empire, which is from Ethiopia.
Oh great. They added Wakanda into the game.
And apparently have figured out how to purify miasma into crystals.
Yeah.
I'd say that this group's setup makes a lot more sense than Wakanda's.
Yeah, I like how their leader is the Empress Sehai Haile Selassie. Sort of a sort of a sort of I bet you in a relation to the Ethiopian monarch Haile Selassie.
Probably. Then we have the Shogunate of the Eclipse, which
Oh,
is
this looks
a
awesome.
yep, which is a Japanese isolationist state that still relies on fossil fuels.
Oh, so basically, I guess to because of all that crap that happened in Europe, I think so. So that sort of the militarism never faded. I assume.
Well, given the fact that they have something called the machine process, which monks bind spirits to machinery and weapons,
Yep.
and have a mindset of use any technology they can. Let's see, then we have the Oceanic community, which is apparently the pilgrims, outcasts, refugees, etc., who are focusing on salvaging what remains of old humanity. Essentially, they are water gypsies. Essentially, and then the Minerva Initiative, which is a secret organization involved.
Oh my god.
Now, as far as the rules, it's so apparently it is using the skeleton of 5th edition, but they state that the three main changes are in character creation, called the X Genesis system, how the powers work, and the effort system, where every path has access to effort slots that fuel their abilities.
Yeah.
So apparently, with X Genesis, you're answering a series of prompts related to the setting that allows you to build your background.
Homer's like, France was a mistake.
Yep. And
What did you call it? The French mistake?
yeah, let's go with that. and so you're going gotta have the weeaboo mechs. Well, the mech part of it, that's apparently a work in progress, so it's probably not going to be in the book when it releases. But having the character creation be in this sort of fill in the paragraph setup kind of reminds me of how character creation works with the cipher system, where your character is an adjective, noun, who, verbs, effectively. Let's see, as far as paths, it definitely seems that... Okay, so let's see what we've got. You can have 3 paths during character creation process, 1 generic path, and up to 2 faction-specific paths. The 3rd path can be taken later. And additional ones can only be earned through gameplay and or GM discretion.
Throw out your hands, stick out your tush, hands on your hips, give them a push. You'll be surprised you're doing the French mistake. Voila!
That's for you, Homer. Okay.
Okay, so we have a... So with the Night Path, we have a Cyber Centaur.
Really?
I'm not complaining.
Let me see. Let me get a close look here. Huh. How the fuck is that possible? Well, then again, is this somebody who really liked Phantom 2040 back in the day? Reminds me of that character Graft.
Yep. But let's see.
Gog Magog. Oh damn. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ. You thought Fallout's mutations were bad? Yeesh.
Let's see. So as far as powers, they are very much not. They are the equivalent to spells, but it definitely seems that the spells are not fire and forget, and moreover, you're using a set of effects, so it's definitely you're not having a set up spell book. And hello there, Misanthropic. Welcome to the party. Let's see And with the effort system, there's one part that I want to focus on, aside from the typo. The effort mechanic allows players to play potent spellcasters, typo, while also allowing martial classes to make improvements or exert themselves when the situation demands it.
A shameful display!
That's for the typo.
I think the effort slots are supposed to be the equivalent to spell slots, but instead of being used to fuel the actual spell, it's used to make the spell or effect better. The example that's given here is using an effort slot to fuel an ability so that they can get 1 to their critical threat range, i.e., crit on a 19 or 20.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Sounds like this idea is a work in progress with that one.
I'm waiting to see if they do any kind of quick start, so I can actually get an idea of how this is going to work.
Yeah, because I think that in this case they have a lot of trouble. Then again, if you're trying to work out a spell system or equivalent of that in any game, that's going to be a bit of a sticking point.
That honestly depends on the spell system. Not every game is going to be using spell slots or MP. Speaking of spells, okay, we covered this a little bit ago, but they finally went live with it. The Kings of War RPG has gone live on Kickstarter. So they are asking for 15,000 euro. Not euro. What am I talking about? They're asking for pound, and they're currently at 12,654 with 15 days to go.
They'll get it.
Especially since Kings of War, it does have a fair bit of rapport when it comes to being a war game.
Well, if it does have a rapport, then my question is why isn't the take higher? That's the problem.
Because the problem is you are extreme when it comes to miniatures gaming. If you're not Privateer or Games Workshop, you are niche.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the problem with miniature games. You better dazzle the fuck out of everybody, otherwise, good luck with that, there, bud.
One thing that
And
probably
game,
did help them compared to the last one is the fact that they
yeah,
put out a quick start.
good. Yeah, because that's the thing with miniature combat. Games Workshop, aside from a few hiccups, they're not making like complete fuck ups, you know.
Mm,
At least to my knowledge.
let's see. So apparently they're going to be using they're going to be using two rule sets that they plan on keeping separate. Probably do separate books for each. One using their own Tricore system that's made specifically for this, and the other is using 5th edition. So I think you can guess which one I'll be using if I get this.
I guess the former.
Mm-hmm. So, and apparently they've dipped into something like this with the Dungeon Saga board game and the Kings of War Vanguard skirmish game. Whereas vanilla Kings of War is a traditional war game. But it looks like they do. It looks like they do have a respectable amount of stretch goals, and a few add-ons that are going to be interesting. Now, as far as the actual system, let I I have not had the chance to take a look at Age of Sigmar's rules for a while. I do know that it's getting an RPG proper, and that's going to be my primary interest. But I'm looking at the approach for Tricore. Okay, you have 3 core stats: body, mind, and social. The ranks determine what you roll. The starting roll is 3d10, and apparently apparent and it's a case of 3d10 plus modifiers versus the target number, pretty standard. If you roll, and they have a bit of a success table, so it's going to have a bit more dynamism. If you roll a 1 on any die, you generate 1 payback. If you roll between 2 to 5 below the TN, you fail. If you roll equal to the TN, you succeed, but you generate 1 payback. If you roll greater than the TN, you add a success to the task. And if you roll a 10 on any die, you gain an extra D10 and generate 2. So we've got a bit of exploding success, and we've got a little bit of a risk system. I'll take a deeper look into it in the future. And apparently they decided to give a special shout out to the Mantic community in Michigan.
Oh. No. Well, I guess a yay for them over in Michigan.
Which is interesting because this game is made in Plymouth, UK.
What the hell?
Let's see.
What, do they visit Michigan or something? Jeez.
I'll have to look into some more detail on that. So next up we have Shibuyan Nights.
Yeah.
So let's see. They're asking for 4,000. They're currently at 1.1 thousand with 26 days to go.
Okay. What the heck?
Welcome to Shibuya, where Rappongans play and giant robots walk around every day. Arcade motions, brewer potions, and samurai Roman. The pirates don't stop till 8 in the morning.
Whoa. You know what this is? This is Weeaboo's the game.
Apparently the idea was to make a game inspired by modern day Tokyo.
Again, Weeaboo's the game.
I'm not seeing it.
Oh,
What I see out of this is a case of doing steampunk. But there's one problem. It's using Powered by the Apocalypse. You had me, and then you possibly lost me. And hey there, Exia. Welcome to the party.
Back to the drawing board.
This is an interesting idea, so I'm not going to completely throw it out, but
yeah, that's why I'm saying back to the drawing board, because straighten out that system, because it's not going to help you.
Yep. And our last one is Tenebria, Remnant of Rome, which is being made in Louisville.
Not to be confused by Ivy Tenebrae, the cosplay model.
Mm-hmm. So they're asking for 10,000. They're currently at 4.4 thousand with 19 days to go. I think they may have shot a little bit high.
Oh yeah.
So this was created by writer and artist Stephen Wu. And apparently Rome has fallen and the last imperator has been exiled. There are no more supply trains to support the legions. There's no more trade with the coasts. As far as you know, you are the last Romans, stranded 1,000 stadia from everywhere. All you have left is your training, your eagle standard, and your will to preserve civilization as you know it.
Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Like the late early game of a civilization game. Like where you're about to move into the fucking into the medieval age. You know, you're like in the late stage classical era, but you're about to move into the medieval era. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, I could see that.
But the problem with this one is they need to add some flavor with this one, because as post-apocalypse Rome, yeah. And I don't mean post-apocalypse like freaking Mad Max. I'm talking like the fall of Rome was pretty much the end of like a major civilization, right? And I bet you it was basically start of the Dark Ages.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, when I say post-apocalypse, I mean sort of like this is centered around the beginning of the Dark Ages. So, and the problem here is there's not a lot of in recorded history around this time until the crowning of Charlemagne. It's very sketchy at best.
I think that's the reason why a setting like this would be appealing in a tabletop setup. As far as the rule set that they have, they're using a D6 based approach, but it looks like it's more success based instead of doing something like Powered by the Apocalypse in the last thing that we covered. The idea is you'd roll D6 equal to skill, and you can mess with the roll results in using your attributes, which I do like that kind of thing, because a lot of times with attribute plus skill approaches, you have cases where the increasing attribute is more important than increasing skill. This Each of those manipulations, which is known as a +1, hence the name of the system, apparently involves raising or re-rolling a die, but both can also take the form of adding dice to a roll or even rolling a skill you don't have. The higher the attribute, the more a character can manipulate a roll. But it cuts both ways. Each attribute is a marker on your health and can be reduced.
Mm-hmm.
I.e., as you take damage, there's less options you have for manipulating the roll. That's an interesting approach.
Oh
yeah. The playing card as resource thing, I'm kind of mixed on, but I'll see how it handles. Apparently, they're only asking for $10 for the PDF version.
Now, my thoughts about this is, I'm sure this is the first round of Kickstarters, because it seems like this game, yeah, it hasn't. It's probably, I would say, 55, maybe 60% done.
I might actually pitch in a few onto this one, because this is something that I'd like to see where they're going with it.
Yeah, this is sort of like, yeah, I want to. Yeah, if it's going, because this is, yeah, I agree. This is boom or bust. It can go either way.
But that's gonna settle it for the crowdfund spotlight.
Yeah.
Then we get something that was a bit of a surprise for me. So I finally found out what Robert Schwalb has been up to lately. So you know how we talked about Kings of War moving from wargame to RPG? Well, it's not the only one that's doing that, because Punk Apocalyptic is doing so as well. It started out as a post-apocalypse war game. It's being made into an RPG that is being handled by Robert Schwalb.
Oh yeah,
that is
strategy, Cotton.
That is a. I don't think you fully grasp how big of a deal that is. Aside from the fact that he's worked on plenty of stuff with D&D, he's worked on a lot of stuff for Warhammer. He was one of the co-creators of Shadow of the Demon Lord, and he did some design work for A Song of Ice and Fire. Schwalb has been around.
Yeah.
So now, that's a get.
Despite the fact it's in good, you got someone that's working on that's in good hands. I still call bold strategy, because probably might piss off some purists.
I'd have a hard time seeing how it would do that, because it's not replacing the miniatures game.
Oh.
And if you're gonna go by that route, then explain to me why when Warhammer 40K went RPG with Dark Heresy, that thing sold out in 6 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then again, it's Warhammer 40K. That's a very popular IP.
So next, now this is a mixed bag, but I think it's time we talk about the fact that Ion Fury decided to not do the censoring. Now,
oh yeah,
this is a bit of a mixed thing, because now they're claiming that they're putting their employees through sensitivity training.
speak the old Doku. What's up, man?
Hey, you actually showed up on relative time this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where the hell is everybody?
I don't know.
Well, I think Shades and Maddie are still doing the riff. I have no idea where Flutter is, and the rest, who knows?
Huh.
Yeah, you're just in time. I mean, this ain't really a geek, but it seems it's pretty much. Now, remember we talked about that whole thing with with Ion Fury being assailed by the Reset Era Protection Racket.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, it seems Void Point's it's pissed off.
I'm gonna turn it into a drinking game anyways, because I'm an odd combination of, I don't know, agitated seems like too strong of a word, annoyed and amused at the same time.
Yeah.
Now here's where the story makes a turn, because I had a sneaking suspicion that that whole damage control thing was 3D Realms' call, not Void Point's.
Yeah, I don't think Void Point's to blame at all.
Which is why I think that whole thing of them saying "fuck politics, pirate our game" was them playing hardball. And
oh yeah,
and it seems they may have won out.
Yeah, because have you noticed when they asked gamers to go sail the high seas for that shit, which I did, by the way. I bought the game at first, but when 3D Realms bent the knee and said nope, refund, and then I went and sailed the high seas. Void Point, yeah, I would, yeah. Void Point felt like they got thrown under the bus, so it's like, okay, motherfuckers, go ahead and sail the high seas. 3D Realms buckled immediately.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where they played hardball. Now they're still doing the donation because, well, to be honest, it'd be kind of a dick move to redact a donation.
Yeah, don't be in it. Yeah, as much as I'm against that bullshit, I don't approve of being an Indian giver either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But don't worry. We will get back to this. We will get back to this later. I decided I was going to. This is one of those things that I'd normally keep unified, but I decided to split for reasons you'll see later.
Oh boy.
Before we move on, can I just ask the two of you a question? Because I'm curious to see if I'm in the wrong on this one.
Shoot.
A little bit of a Twitter spat between me and somebody else.
Oh.
I don't know. I assume he blocked me. Apparently I can't reply to a deleted tweet.
Who is he?
You look in my feed. Typical lefty argument. AR-15 is a military assault style weapon.
Oh, that is.
Oh, we're dealing with this again, huh?
We're doing this shit again?
So, just hear me out on this one.
Okay.
My question was, first I was being cheeky. I said, by this type of logic, we might as well ban swords, this, because he didn't make a clear fucking point. He just said weapons of war. So, okay, by your logic, your own statement, we should ban anything. Rocks, for fucking crying out loud. Then he came back and said...
That's gonna disappoint Matthew.
So, rebuttal of his. Questionable source, but we'll roll with it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
An automatic or assault rifle. Well, the civilian model of the AR-15 is semi-automatic. It's not fully automatic or burst fire, so you're advocating for banning semi-automatic weapons. He said he's advocating for banning any weapon that can cause 28 wounds in 32 seconds. Okay, that means you're advocating for banning semi-automatic weapons. To which I got a dismissive response of, well, you've taken too long to talk in circles without making a point or providing facts. Thank you for playing our game, but unfortunately you get the boot.
So in other words, he had no argument. He wanted to use a bunch of pretty words because
stupid.
So
talking point, Jared.
So yeah,
and unfortunately, autocorrect did misspell literally for me because I'm not paying that much attention to it. So of course, bringing that up is a little dig, low-hanging fruit. But okay, you know what? I'll even give you that one. Just if you're advocating for banning semi-automatic weapons, just say it. Like instead of trying to talk in circles.
The only reason he didn't say it is because he didn't have the ball. He didn't have the balls to do it because he knows doing that is going to open him up to a host of other problems. So yeah,
exactly.
He's just your garden variety gun grabber. Toss him out of the fucking helicopter.
Into the trash he goes. Moving on because we're still in the middle of news. Yeah,
helicopter ride.
Another fucking gun grabber.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some outside opinions because nobody else was weighing in. So, am I in the right on this one?
You're on
Is
the
he
right.
advocating? Yeah,
It's a
that's what I
shitbag
thought.
gun grabber. You're on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I just wanted, like I said, I wanted to get outside opinions. But okay, yeah,
But you're derailing us yet again, Doku. So let's get back.
it's what I'm best
Yeah.
at. Cheers.
So with all this talk about exclusives from the Sweeney gang, I
Oh
thought
yeah.
it'd be nice to bring up a little topic that provides some contrast. Where
Hold on, Slugger Boys real quick just said he's banning hands. Good one, Slugger.
where GOG had said that maybe releasing Thronebreaker as a GOG.com exclusive was a bad idea.
Why do I get the feeling that GOG was doing a dry run and it failed?
Yeah, and to be fair, Thronebreaker has actually a very good story, but here is the big problem. You effectively had a story surrounding Gwent.
Oh,
And don't get me wrong, as a card game, Gwent is good. The problem is when people were looking at Thronebreaker, I don't think that's what they were looking for. And the game did eventually warm up, but they go on to say it proved to us maybe exclusives don't work for us because we don't want to limit the number of people who can access the game.
Gee, it's
Now they
almost
do
like
stand
expanding your,
by their
potential
platform.
audience.
They do stand by their platform as a good place to buy PC games, and it is.
Yeah, really.
But he also said, if we can see that if we have a good offer and we openly communicate benefits from the users, we might convince them to get the game on our platform and not on other platforms.
So basically, they test run this, saying, you know what, this isn't such a good idea. Leave that to the Sweeney game to be a bunch of cunts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sounds more like a matter of not providing adequate incentive.
Yeah. He then goes on to say, we were very happy to see how people reacted to our message, how people shared, and the amount of recommendations that appeared from people convincing their friends to buy on GOG. That was super exciting for us, and we're very happy and proud that people believed in us so much. When it came to the Epic Games Store, he basically said that they value competition and that they're adapting to the market situation, but their priority is giving players the ability to choose. And they've been in ongoing talks when it comes to their GOG Galaxy 2.0 platform to try and have it connect with Epic Store purchases. Which I get the feeling Epic is not going to budge on, and it's going to be a case of you can connect all your games over all your platforms, except for Epic because they won't work because they don't know how to do business with us.
Well,
Honestly, if anybody can get Epic to budge on anything, I will be extremely impressed.
So next we have a cyberpunk puzzler called Hyperforma that's coming to the Switch later this month. Apparently the press release. But let's see what kind of puzzler we're dealing with. It is going to be on the Switch. It's being published by Nord Unit.
Oh, this is from Russia. Oh, so basically Russia's now the freaking capital of puzzler games now. Of course it's natural. They're the one that gave us Tetris.
Okay, I'm starting to see what kind of vibe we're getting out of this. And it seems to very much revolve around, well, ricocheting.
Oh.
At first, when I saw the flying guy, I thought, wait, are they doing their own version of Rez? But now that I'm getting a chance to actually take a look at it, that's clearly not the case, and they certainly have an interesting set of visuals. And it's coming out September 5th. I'm not completely ready to jump on this one, but it's certainly got at least a little bit of my attention.
Yeah, really.
And next we have something that I never thought I'd see happening. So you know how we talked about the turn-based game Warsaw a few weeks ago?
Yep.
Well, apparently it's gotten release approval by the German USK.
Well then.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah,
Yeah.
considering that Poland and Germany, well, let's just say one of these countries is more cucked than the other.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also considering the checkered past between the two.
Yeah. Either Germany's trying to reverse the cucketing, or maybe the Polish is threatened a lot of Gopniks would invade their fucking borders.
Now, I highly doubt Angela Merkel pays that much attention to geekdom or nerd culture or whatever you want to call it. But if she found out about this, I bet you she would fucking be losing sleep at night right about now.
Oh yeah, she'd probably be pissed. But then again, isn't Merkel on her way out anyway?
Yep.
Yeah, like any other typical
the reason
politician,
why
she's made
this
her
the
money.
reason why this news is impressive to me is that this is a game that is not shying away from its portrayal of the Nazis, and Germany has been very touchy on that matter. Hell, that was the reason why cunt JBL ended up getting fired the first time he got kicked.
Well, didn't two, I believe they were Japanese nationals, get arrested in Germany for doing the Roman?
Yeah,
Like a few months back?
any Nazi imagery is completely not allowed in Germany. Even
Yeah.
in any context.
They're very sour about that. For good reason, but still, it's amusing to point out.
Come on, they've been playing the shame game since the days of East Germany.
But I was already planning on getting the game anyways. And I don't live in Germany, so this is no loss to me. But I do appreciate that they are not being made to edit their game. Although
Good.
get some popcorn once the Western reviewers get a hold of it, so that we can watch them all get ratioed.
Oh boy, that's good. This is gonna be fun.
Oh, I indeed look forward to that. It'll be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
The salt is brewing. I have
Because
my
we already know that they absolutely despise Poland.
Of course they do. I mean, if their disdain of CD Projekt Red isn't evidence of this, I don't know what is.
Yep. So next we have Notia, which is described as a roguelite with physics, which is coming to early access on September 24th. And which is being described as a roguelite. And where apparently every pixel is simulated, and I do have to love their use of physics. And the fact that somebody clearly has been paying their particle effects director. But in a weird way, this kind of reminds me of Magica.
Magica.
Huh. Yeah, I could see it.
And apparently, one of the things they want to focus on is allowing a freeform type of spell creation. Which I am perfectly fine with. I like where this is going. And
No, yeah, it looks like something I might be looking into.
Yep. Apparently, you can use a treasure chest as kindling to ignite a pile of gunpowder.
Oh. Speaking of firearms, got a ban Notia. Violent video games.
Oh
everybody.
boy, of course.
Which they tweeted up by saying, Of course, one could simply press use to open this treasure chest, but what are you even thinking? You have a fiery magic wand, a heap of gunpowder, and no regard for safety.
I like it.
But let's see. Next week, and this is already out on PC, but Down to Hell, which is described itself as a heavy metal hack and slash, is coming to Switch. It's already on Steam
like it
for
already.
only $10. But I do like the aesthetics we have here, even though the text is very cheese.
Of course it is.
No, sometimes being cheesy or campy isn't necessarily a bad thing.
But I'm always up for a bit of 2D beat 'em up.
Yeah, really.
This is one that I think I'd actually have to have a hands-on look. The only problem that I'm having with the game is that sunset style lighting. I think it doesn't show their it's either used to hide how undetailed their character models are, or something, because it doesn't do their monster designs the proper due that it may or may not deserve.
Yeah, that's what I see. It's like you have to put it. If you put it in like it's like going into like a room with fluorescent lights. Basically, in a bright light, it looks all right. But if you put it in front of a fluorescent light, oh, it looks like shit.
Exia saying, been a while since Brutal Legend. I'd like to introduce you to a little game called Slain.
Yeah, play that shit instead. Fuck Tim Schafer. It's a good game, but fuck Tim Schafer.
Billy D is saying that this reminds him of a darker medieval fantasy version of Shadow of the Beast. I honestly could see that. And then speaking of people punching back at Epic, we have Bandai Namco saying that Epic Game Store exclusivity is not our vision.
Ooh. Sorry, Sweeney.
Oh, that one's gotta hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seems all the big flight developers are turning on this. Well, the developers that still give a fuck about their goddamn customers. Everyone else is like, okay, we'll just hide behind Epic Store exclusivity, and whether or not our game sells, we still make money. Ha ha ha.
Well, at least we're not the only ones giving Epic the middle finger.
Here's the thing, Epic, and most of these idiots that sign exclusivity deals. My question is this: is that Fortnite money gonna run you forever? It won't. Because I'll tell you this right now. When the Fortnite Fed goes away, Epic's fucked.
Just as an aside, but unrelated, this is sort of the Epic Game Store needs to learn from the whole pandering thing that Disney and Marvel Comics have been doing. When you limit your audience, you hurt your profits. This is not a difficult concept. This is Business 101.
That's right.
Now, what he had said, and this is what I want to focus on. They're apparently always open to addressing more customers, but he says the main focus for us is the consumer and the brand, and for each brand we decide what's the best way to satisfy the consumer and engage the widest audience possible. So, for instance, I don't see any point of putting Tekken 7 on Epic's store. Epic is just another store. It's fantastic. They have a lot of strength and lots of users. The business model is attractive to us because it's more profitable, but still, their interest is, if I'm correct, exclusivity. And this is not our vision. We want our content to be available to it for as many fans as possible. I don't think we'll deal with Epic in the short term while we have the strategy. But of course, if they're open, we'll go there. I think the I think the whole story with Dark has changed a lot of people's perceptions because a lot of people are seeing are seeing this exclusivity as potentially as one potentially limiting their audience, and two, the fact that Epic is more concerned with trying to get AAA exclusivity than trying to support indies, which was that was the reason I initially rationalized buying, say, Hades on Epic when that was made an exclusive, and that was one of the first exclusives that I'd come across, because because I had the mindset of this business model will help them get more, and considering how small of a company Supergiant is, they could probably use that. But then we started seeing larger games getting that same treatment, and I'm like, okay, this is going in the direction I did not ask for.
To all indie developers that ever consider something like Epic Game Store, having access to expanded resources and everything sounds like a great honeypot, but I would encourage you, never forget what happened to Kingdoms of Amalur.
Yeah, you gain all the world, but the problem is you're gonna lose your soul in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It should be very powerful word of warning to
Cautionary
any.
tale.
Yeah, cautionary tale. That's a better way to put it. But something that even the gaming community seem to have forgotten about, which, yeah, granted, in internet time, it might as well have been a lifetime ago, but it's still one of the best examples of how wanting to get better resources to produce a better product will, more often than not, inevitably result in you shooting yourself in your own foot without even realizing.
Yeah, no shit.
Such a shame.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But
Now,
that's
next
just
we
my.
have, and this is one thing I wish we had Ace for because of how much of a fan he is of this. So, Shovel Knight Dig has been announced and is being co-developed by Nitrome.
Okay.
There's not a whole.
I'm
There's
not too
not a
familiar
whole.
on this one.
Nitrome, I know for their Flash games back in the day, but the the only the only issue that I have is that while this would seemingly be developed by for not by but for PC and probably consoles, even though we that's not confirmed right now. Nitrome has mostly done mobile development in the last few years and one PC game. That's where I'm a little bit cautious about this. Now, when it
So
comes
you think it
when it
might
comes
be
to
in
their,
the
because apparently Shovel Knight has his treasure stolen and now he's got to dig for it.
so basically so you're thinking this could backfire because the it might be in the wrong hands of some ham and eggers, I assume.
It could. I'm not going to. I'm not going to jump on assumptions just yet. And it definitely has it still has the visual style you'd expect from a Shovel Knight game.
Yeah.
But I need to make sure it maintains the same level of quality.
Yeah. Who knows? They might actually do a stellar job, but again, and I know I keep saying this, but this is a boom or bust.
But we'll see how it plays out. So next, now this got leaked a few days beforehand, but I wanted to wait until I got official confirmation.
Oh.
So Mega Man Zero and ZX is getting a Legacy Collection for
Okay.
all four forms available. This is going to be good for me because this means the entirety of the Mega Man Zero and both of the Mega Man ZX games all in one batch.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am perfectly okay with this.
Yes,
No complaints.
agreed. The Zero series is very underrated. but it's also extremely difficult.
Oh, it is.
I,
And the the two ZX games are an interesting spin on that concept.
Yeah.
It does look like they're mostly going to. Apparently, they're doing a newcomer-friendly casual scenario mode and a save assist system, which I get the feeling is a tacit understanding that the Zero games, when played vanilla, are not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, they basically add a urinalist mode.
I was just gonna say they might as well, instead of calling it a easy mode or anything, just call it games journalist mode.
Yep. Apparently they're also doing a rush mode, which is probably going to be something made solely for the speed runners.
Oh,
Oh yeah, they're doing that for Twitch and whatever that the other platform Ninja went to. I always forget the name. Mixer, thank you.
So apparently what they
people.
say about the casual scenario mode is that you bounce back from mistakes using a save assist system to revive at the most recent map checkpoint without losing a life.
Save assist? You mean save?
Oh,
stating?
That ruins the whole point of the game. Come on,
save stating.
At the very least, it's optional. So I'm not gonna get
optional.
too mad about it there's probably I'm not gonna say that it's a urinalist mode yet, but we'll see. It's not like I'm gonna use the mode anyways.
Yeah, but it might as well be a urinalist mode. They probably just made this so all the fucking soy-addled freaks will stop whining.
And
they made it so people at IGN wouldn't piss their pants in anger.
And speaking of Mega Man, we also have a fan game that got an update trailer called Mega Man X Corrupted.
Let's see.
Real quick, Cure Crystal says it's Dean Takahashi mode.
I'm a game journalist for 20 years. I can't get past the tutorial level of Cuphead.
I love that. He's going to forever be remembered for that. That's the highlight of your career.
And I gotta say, Corrupted actually looks interesting with the fact that you can have with this custom loadout setup they have even for the armors you can summon.
Yeah.
As far as the Battle Network Legacy Collection, that's gonna happen eventually, but it's obviously gonna take some time. And it's probably only going to focus on Battle Network and not on the DS games, or rather, not on Star Force.
Yeah.
But
now, apparently, from what I'm reading, this game isn't sanctioned by Capcom.
No, but then again, neither was 8-Bit Deathmatch, and that game's still around.
Yeah. So hopefully they don't do something stupid and launch the DMCA torpedo on them.
Capcom tends to be a bit more friendly on the matter compared to, say, Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, Nintendo is fucking ruthless.
Yeah, they are.
I swear, if I ever got a law degree, I'd go work for fucking Nintendo.
Yeah, really.
I'd never be out of work.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we got this one who violated copyright, we got this one trying to mod our game.
They might as well pull an NFL and just start putting bounties out. I can take my pick. It'll be like an old school quest board.
Yeah. Bounty Gate Nintendo edition.
I think something else that's interesting that I see here is that you can switch your armor loadout as well.
Oh,
that's a nice touch.
This is an interesting one. I'm going to keep an eye on this.
Now the game is nowhere near ready to go, but they apparently have a Metroidvania style map. When it comes to sub-weapons, the approach that they did is instead of having you manage sub-weapon energy religiously, sub-weapons have a recharge time.
Oh, so you don't have to worry about collecting any freaking power-ups, but you're gonna have to wait till it charges back up.
Yep, and we also seem to have some variants on full charges. In one case, being able to do a literal 1-2 punch with full charges, and even being able to control Armored Armadillo's his tank.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I like it.
So basically, what they're doing for this one is it's sort of like the idea from that game we talked about earlier, in which I believe it's Mind Seas. Yes, Mind Seas, where they're basically doing a Metroidvania Mega Man and hybrid. Looks like these guys have actually got that down pat as well.
Oh, and real quick, in the chat, Rick McFarlane. The only question really is how many darts do I get?
Yeah, so hopefully fucking Capcom won't pull out their cease and desist card on this thing. In my opinion, they should have just sat on this until they're ready to release it out into the wild.
Well, they've been apparently they've been radio silent for quite a while, so they decided to break that silence.
Like I said, I don't know if this is a smart move, because if Capcom says a cease and desist, they're fucked. I mean, this isn't Sega. This isn't Sega we're dealing with here, okay?
And actually, I take back what I said about the sub weapons, because apparently that does have recharge, but you apparently cannot do full spam with the Buster in this. You actually have to have some timing, which I approve of.
Yeah, because in the original X game, it's like, well, you basically spam charge the fucking X Buster.
Oh, that's one thing I could do.
I agree with the sentiment,
they also plan to have zero playable. That'll be interesting how they handle that.
Yeah, because it's based on X1 to X5, which I would say that's the canon of the series. X6 to X8, no one cares, because that becomes a mess after that.
What? No love for Command
X5,
Mission?
No, X6 to X8, it becomes a fucking mess after that.
That doesn't answer my question.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Command Mission.
That was the Mega Man X RPG.
Oh,
that actually did some interesting shit with it.
Yeah.
But
like I said, in the canon into X5, Zero's destroyed. So I wonder how they're gonna sort that out.
He got better. Let's see. Next, there's the deep dive video that was released for Cyberpunk 2077, and in this one, they went through one scenario 2 different ways.
This is nothing. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't watch this video, but I did. I feel, you know what? At this point, it will spoil the game for me. But I heard it's just a standard gameplay video.
It was a standard gameplay video they did 2 ways. The first was as a solo, and the second was as a netrunner.
Oh.
To kind of show how you can mess around with stuff, and they also gave a little bit of a hint at free AIs and the Black Wall.
Oh.
I didn't watch the video either, but for some reason I'm getting just from hearing you guys talk about it, I'm getting Until Dawn kind of vibes from it. Not stylistically, but in terms of making.
Are we talking good way or a bad way?
In a good way. I very much like the Until Dawn series, game, and also I want to get the Man of Medan game that Supermassive is doing. I'm still surprised the SJWs aren't pissed off it has the word man in the title.
Give him a week.
Give it time. Give him time.
But
you know how these reset era pricks work.
If it weren't for the time crunch, maybe down the line I'll set up the same thing I did for the E3 special and look at the deep dive. But they did some pretty good stuff. And throughout the whole thing, there's of course emphasis on choice, as well as showing the fact that Pacifica is a fucking hellhole even by Night City standards.
As it should be.
Yep. Then
I know
we get
everybody got
the-
pissed off about the whole gender thing, but I'm still on CD Projekt Red's side on this one.
Yeah.
Same here.
And all that I saw
I'll
of
talk
that
about-
is that they just took out the words male and female in it. That's
You know,
it.
I think that's covered in the geeks, isn't it?
What that I decided that wasn't spicy enough, so I didn't put it in geek.
Yeah, I think it's just the only thing they fucked up is you gave the Reset Era protection racket credence, so that's not a good look.
It's gonna
Other than
get
I
it's
would
gonna
think
get
it's-
forgotten.
it's
It's gonna
a-
get
it's kind of
forgotten
a
in a
nothing
week.
burger.
Trust me.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, beyond that, I really don't give a fuck.
Especially when you're talking about a fucking cyberpunk style game. Like, come on, dude. Did you guys watch Ghost in the Shell?
Yeah, that kind of shit's in my game. Come on, but I'm not gonna. But if someone yells about that, but if some pink here yells about that shit, it says, listen, it's in there because as I want to show off the variety in the game. So if you're thinking turn this shit into a goddamn statement, pound sand, jag.
Yeah. Anyway,
Agreed.
now this is probably gonna be a bit controversial.
Oh,
But-
God.
So Yakuza 7 was announced, and it's going to be launching worldwide next year.
Yeah. Oh, if they get a worldwide release finally, good.
Well,
Now,
as long as they continue their track record and they don't bend the knee, I'm
Apparently-
I don't think they're going to
Apparently
bend the knee.
What I thought was a nice touch is that apparently the full title in the U.S. is going to be Yakuza Like a Dragon.
That's a little bit contrived, but I actually like that title.
It's a nice little nod to the Japanese name of the series, Ryuga Gotoku.
Yeah.
The full title in Japan is Yakuza 7: Whereabouts of Light and Darkness.
Where could they go with that?
That is a better title. It's not nearly
But
as
apparently we'll be playing as Ichiban Kasuga for this, and is going
I
to
don't
be
know who
taking
that
place
guy
in
is.
Yokohama.
Now, I don't know who that guy is, but because I don't know anything, not really a lot of stuff beyond Yakuza 2 yet, because I'm still playing the Kiwami games, and I'm not gonna fire up that fucking PS4 anytime soon.
Yeah.
So I hopefully that the other entries get to the PC, because I'm sure it will.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a matter of time. That said,
Yeah. The only thing I don't approve of it is, yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and tell it.
yeah, they're using a turn-based affair when it comes to combat instead of the beat 'em up approach that they did, because they
Now-
wanted to. Because apparently the reason why is Ichiban Kasuga is a huge fan of Dragon Quest in character.
Oh God.
every
This
time I hear turn-based combat, I think
could
of the
be-
Matrix RPG, and
This could
Don't have
be
good
a
memories.
problem.
Well,
Because, like I said, you had up till now, from Yakuza 0 all the way up to 6, it was always beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up. Now, if they're going for a style change because officially Kazuma is no longer part of the story, I don't know what to say here. But
Yeah.
this could backfire for the
it's either going to be a really good decision if they polish it and make sure it's done well and it makes sense, or it's going to be a very, very, very bad decision.
Oh, this could be a potential face plant, because now I don't mind the character change at all, because at the end of Yakuza 6, as far as I know, again, I haven't played much of anything past 2, but I do know that a situation has gotten pretty much his story's finished. So the question here is, so I don't mind the character change at all, but the style change, I don't know. This could be a risky move on Sega's part.
Here, the only thing that I'm going to say on the matter is this. I think after doing the beat 'em up style for as long as they've done, they kind of felt like they were running out of ideas on how to do it. That's probably why they ended up taking this route. The other thing for me, and this was the thing that got annoying, was seeing every journalist compare say the battle system is inspired by Persona 5. No, you dumbasses.
For fuck's sake. Really?
Well, what do you expect out of the games journalist community?
Fucking journalists have to ruin everything.
But apparently some people are saying that that it looks too similar to the clan battle minigames.
Yeah.
Which, again, I'm going to give it its day in court.
Yeah.
But my focus is going to be this: does it handle itself on its own terms, not compared to previous things? Because we're dealing with a new character, so this is effectively a new start.
Yeah, they practically reboot the series because like I said, Cosmo's... Well, they didn't reboot the series because if they did, Cosmo would be in it. But Cosmo's not in it. His story's done.
So instead we're dealing...
Sorry, go ahead, Milton.
Instead, we're dealing with the story of Kasuga.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If the style they go with, as long as they implement it well and it's polished enough, I don't mind the character and style change, as long as it makes some sort of sense. Like compared to like how the character thinks, talks, the narrative, the story, like a style and character change at the same time could emphasize heavily these are two different characters with two different ways of thinking and two different ways of fighting. It could be really good.
Yeah, that's true, because there's another game there's another series that sort of changed styles a little, and that was the Dragon Quest series. Because I from 1 to 9, it was pretty much the same situation. Everything was like first person, right? They changed up the style in 11, but it played it. But to its core, it played like the rest of the Dragon Quest games. Now, the question: this is an issue that I have. I hope to God they keep the pace of the previous Yakuza games. That's my only concern with them going turn based.
Apparently, this is not the first. This is not the first time that Kasuga has made an appearance. He was in the online game.
Yeah.
In fact, he was the protagonist of that game. So
yeah.
we'll see how it plays out.
Well, if they're smart going with turn-based combat, if they're smart, they'll have appropriate time periods on how long you can take to make decisions.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
that will be key.
Moving past that, and this is the reason why I'm not going to. This is the other reason why I'm not going to give them too hard of a time. So, creator Toshihiro Nagoshi insisted on attending the reveal 3 weeks after going through major heart surgery.
Ooh, cheers. I know we haven't gotten to the drinking game yet, but that is a cheers for fucking dedication and respect.
Yeah.
He almost missed. He said, "I think I would get angry if I was watching this thing."
Yeah. That is dedication to your craft right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish some of these idiots in the industry right now would take some fucking notes.
And
seriously, not even take notes.
He
fucking
said that
idolize this dude.
He said that he was grateful that he was able to report the announcement of the game with his own mouth. And apparently during the surgery he had some complications and has been dealing with broken ribs.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had a few of those a few weeks back. That's never fun.
No, it's not.
Guess he should have. Guess he should have stocked up on money and did the surgery here in the States. But then again,
Well, Japan has pretty talented doctors and everything. It's more so sometimes in surgeries like that, complications are unavoidable.
yeah. But then again, I don't know much about the Japanese healthcare system.
It's one of the best in the world.
Okay.
Anyway, we got some good out of PAX West. We got some gameplay for Streets of Rage 4.
Yes.
Oh boy.
So look,
Yep. Love it. Yeah, I mean they haven't talked a lot about Streets of Rage 4 ever since the trailers, but
well, I can say this: the art style in the actual game looks very much like the art style we saw in that initial teaser.
yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad they're using the freaking the text from the original games. Now, what it doesn't mention is who's doing the music. Apparently, word came out. Yuzo's back.
Very nice. And also,
But
what's the but?
let's just say they didn't just bring Yuzo back. They brought in a fucking dream team. They got, I believe one of the original composers to the Street Fighter series. I forgot her name. It was in that video.
Yep, and obviously I can't play the sound for self-apparent reasons. It does look like we're doing the old motif of using specials drains health. Because it'd be kind of ridiculous to call in backup like in the first game. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, they should have they should have kept that anyway. I mean, Streets of Rage remake found a way to do that beautifully.
Yep.
Especially when you're in the elevator stage. Now in the original game, all this is just go all the way down. They send in the car, but in the remake, they send a fucking attack helicopter.
Actually, I take it back. Apparently, based on what I'm seeing out of the footage, and maybe this will change when I actually play it. It looks like they do want to have a better sense of combos, and it's less that you. What I notice is that whenever a special is done, you have a bit of the bar turning green.
Yeah.
And i.e.
Yes.
if actually that may have just been poison, so it's up in the air, but it does seem like they do want you to mess around with specials instead of saving them for the last second, which I'm perfectly fine with. I always had a mixed attitude of the whole specials drain your health anyways.
Yeah, really. And they added a new character, by the way.
Yep.
Cherry Hunter. Someone from looks like we got another member of the Hunter family joining. So the question is, who is he to Adamant's Gate? I have a feeling let's see, he's been like 20 years, almost 30 years, so who knows? Could be Skate's daughter or some shit.
And of course, a name like Cherry and is doing the whole punk rock thing, as if a little too obvious there, Sega.
Yeah, really.
And I'm not complaining, but still. The last bit of news that we have is that a little action RPG called Din's Legacy is getting a playable demo.
All right.
And what I see out of Din's Legacy seems to you are playing as a mutated orc. With the class system being about the mutations you want to keep. It's certainly interesting, but my concern is the fact that the ARPG genre has gotten real competitive in the last 2 years.
Well, that's not a bad thing because now you got a lot of pretty good ones that's come out of the woodwork. I think what happened is with the advent of Breath of the Wild, all of a sudden it's like it hit a fucking boom period.
I'm not sure, but Breath of the Wild isn't an ARPG.
Yeah, technically it ain't.
I think it was just something that was a natural gravitation. My concern is how much is this going to stand out, because that was the concern I had with Chaos Bane.
Yeah.
With all the other ARPGs that are doing really well for themselves lately, that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
But now, with the news out of the way, it's time for the real shit.
Here we go.
Shades, play us in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is open. It's time for Mildred the Monk's Geek of the Week.
And for our first one, we've got a bit of a local fail.
Oh! What in the blue hell?
Yep, somebody fucked up in my hometown. Well, not my hometown technically, because this took place in Vermilion Township, which is quite a ways off. So a driver sped by a deputy while on his phone with an open White Claw and a bag of weed in the car.
Oh my fucking Christ. Drink for idiocy.
In a Facebook post titled, "What Not to Do in Dakota County," the sheriff's office outlined a traffic stop on Highway 61 on Tuesday where the driver was issued multiple citations. He had passed an unmarked squad car at 71 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone with a cell phone up to her ear. When the deputy got to the window, they smelled marijuana, saw a bag of weed, and opened an open White Claw hard seltzer.
Oh my god. Really?
Oh, you have to be a special kind of stupid.
Oh yeah, you know what? Hold on.
Stay off the damn weed.
And the sheriff's office was
I
like,
don't have
come on,
anything
people,
against
really?
people who want to smoke marijuana. I don't have anything against people who want to smoke weed or do dabs or whatever the fuck they're doing now. I don't do
driving
it 'cause
while
gives me
doing it,
fucking
you
anxiety.
idiot.
Yeah, don't do it while driving, especially when you're doing 71 and a 55. What the
I mean,
hell?
15 miles, 15 miles an hour. That's not like, it's not like she's like doing like 100, but still. Really? You have all this shit in your car. You're lucky he didn't arrest you.
Last month, Minnesota passed a new hands-free law. Either cracking down a lot harder on people who are talking and who are on their cell phone while driving. And yeah, that was one of the things she got flagged with. But the whole an open White Claw and an open bag of weed. Just what the fuck?
But the funny thing is,
I got nothing.
She's lucky she didn't get arrested. She just got multiple citations. Like I said, they'll just cite you for this shit now. Like I said.
Oh shit, dude, if I got caught doing that, I'd be spending at least every single weekend for the next 6 months in prison.
Oh, that. Now I remember. Wait, Vermilion Township? Oh, I know where that is. That's in Dakota County, which is closer to Minneapolis than St. Paul.
Oh.
You ever wonder why I say that St. Paul is the better of the Twin Cities versus Minneapolis? This is why.
Oh God.
And
I mean,
next we get something that is a case of.
If you want to smoke or drink,
okay,
if you want to smoke or drink, do it responsibly, please. Like, don't do it while you're driving.
Don't be Martavis Bryant. But moving on. You know, one of these days I'm going to do a Monastery Live special that is dedicated just to suffering through D&D Twitter. Because it is cancer.
Uh,
Pancreatic cancer.
This is no, fuck that. This is airborne AIDS.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me, it's
So-
D&D Twitter is basically what caused Ruth Bader Ginsburg to be hospitalized?
Too soon.
Dude,
It's never too soon for comedy. Dave Chappelle taught me well.
especially when it's concerning Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
So this has been propping up in a few places, and with the title of Just a Thought, where basically a new version of the Drake meme of the sole good member of an evil race, or playing a game that doesn't have that racist evil race bullshit in the first place. No.
That's not how it works, you idiot.
If you think that having a evil race in a fantasy game somehow equates to racism, go home.
Yeah.
Go the fuck home.
Yeah,
Grim
it's
Grim
just
had
such a
a
dumb
very good response on the matter, saying, "That's not racism. The metaphysics of many fantasy worlds are fundamentally different. Indeed, they have metaphysics, unlike reality. Gods are real, good or evil is objective, and evil gods create evil species to do evil. Calling it racist is facile and childish."
Yeah, of course it is. This is the thing. This is why I tell this guy that think, oh, this is an evil race. You're new here, aren't you?
Yeah,
Apparently.
and this is I know. Don't beat around the bush with me, goddammit. I know what you're trying to refer to when you're trying to passive aggressively talk about an evil race. You want to bitch about orcs. You want to bitch about orcs and drow. Don't even fucking start with me.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Orcs and drow do not equal black people. Don't do that. Don't make that stupid distinction.
And
It's a fantasy race. Get over it.
Doku, I know you're tempted to do the rant about drow, but hold that.
Yeah.
I am tempted, but I will.
Look at his
self-control.
bio. Let's see here. Pronouns and bitching about Nazis.
Yep.
You know, congratulations, Jagoff. You just entered my blacklist. Fuck, it's hard.
Oh, the thing is,
And
I don't
you're
like
saying that
blocking
he's
people
gonna bring
because
he's gonna bring
I
this
don't
up
wanna-
with Josh Scorcher, and if Josh Scorcher ends up looking at some of my D&D comments, I'm going to end up pissing off more bronies than I already have.
Just don't piss off Pat.
Well, I'm perfectly fine with him, but I'm gonna end up pissing off the Progressive Brony Alliance, which I found out is actually the Progressive Pony Alliance I found out is actually a thing.
Oh,
No, don't tell me that, no. No.
But-
God. Okay, fucking drink. Chug.
oh yeah.
Oh, and speaking of chug, somebody decided that they're gonna bring Telltale Games' corpse out.
Oh, God, what now?
Rise!
Yep, that's a rise.
Yeah, rise. Skull.
Where's my liquor?
Skull.
Let this shit die already.
Ted Leo's in the chat. Do you know how many times orcs have stolen my couch? How many times have they stolen your bike is the real question.
Sound the yeller horn!
Sorry, I know it's low-hanging fruit, but I couldn't resist. Cliched low-hanging fruit at that. I should be ashamed, but I lost that a long time ago. I have no shame.
Let's see here.
Yeah. So, Telltale Games, the Icarus of the independent gaming industry, had apparently had their assets purchased by a company called LCG Entertainment, who are going to be selling some of Telltale's back catalog and work on new games based on a few associated properties and new licenses. Apparent,
Oh,
and this is
God.
the thing that got some people really pissed off. So let me read this in full. The new Telltale is headed up by Jamie Otley and Brian Waddle. Otley said that some of the workers from the original Telltale games will be offered freelance roles with full-time positions possible in the future.
Oh boy, that's gonna go well.
And apparently some of the former Telltale devs who have gone on to other projects has said, "Fuck off."
Ah!
I think the idea of bringing them back in on it, it's kind of like bringing in somebody on a 1-year contract with the idea that they have to earn a re-signing, or
Yeah.
or putting them on a low contract and have them try and earn a higher pay. That's the vibe that I get out of this. But
Yeah.
apparently,
This is
Otley's background is in mobile games, most recently as the founder and CEO of Galaxy Pest Control, which has done licensed games on Duck Dynasty and Power Rangers.
Oh yeah,
Oh, boy.
this is gonna be a success, isn't it? This sounds like garbage.
Apparently, they're focusing on trying to reacquire some of the lost licenses, such as The Wolf Among Us and the Batman Telltale. Which, why would you go with the Batman Telltale? That game sucked. I don't think they're going to bring back Sam & Max.
Good luck. Good luck. You'll need it.
But apparently one of the ones they're interested in bringing in was Puzzle Agent, which is, okay, odd. You bring back that one? That's not exactly something in high demand. But next, we've got J.J. Abrams playing damage control regarding The Last Jedi, saying that Episode 8 didn't derail anything.
Oh, of course. Oh,
Yeah.
did you see Doomcock's video the other day? I believe it was yesterday, in regards to Rise of Skywalker.
Here you go.
Nothing to see here. Please, see here, please.
That's
Yeah.
what J.J. Abrams is saying.
So apparently he goes, working on 9, I found myself approaching it slightly differently, which is to say that on 7, I felt beholden to Star Wars in a way that was interesting. I was doing the best of my ability to what Star Wars I felt should be. It felt that apparently his approach with Rise of Skywalker is a bit more renegade. It felt slightly more like, fuck it. I'm going to do the thing that feels right because it does, not because it adheres to something. Well, congratulations. You just killed my interest.
Yep. I mean, let's put it this way. Basically, he remade episode 4 in episode 7. Now episode 9, it's turning into a fucking grease fire. Yeah, you have a bunch of inconsistent storylines. Why the fuck do you bring back Palpatine? What's Dark Ray doing here? What the fuck's going on? It's like, he's all over the fucking map.
Why does Dark Ray have the most impractical chopsticks I've ever seen?
At this point, Abrams is like, you know what? Fuck it.
Well, here's the vibe that
broken.
I've got. Here's the vibe I've gotten out of this whole sequel trilogy since it started. At first, they were like, "Fuck the fans, we're gonna do what we want." 2 hours later, please, fans, please, 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 please come back. We brought Palpatine back. We've got your character that you hate turning to the dark side. Love me again, please.
2 more hours later. Fuck it, we're gonna do whatever we want.
Yeah, make up your damn mind. You're either trying to. Here's the thing: when you're stepping onto something like this, you are stepping onto something that has a legacy, whether you like it or not. That legacy has to be respected. I'm not But we all know the reason that you'd really want to do this whole fuck it attitude. Disney is rumored to be trying really, really hard to unperson any character that was involved when Lucas had it, simply so they don't have to pay Lucas's estate royalties.
So basically, they're gonna try to nuke everybody from the Lucas era.
Yep.
So that's why they killed off Han. That's why they killed off Luke. That's why. Well, Leia, her actor's dead anyway. So
believe me, if she hadn't passed away, they would have tried to figure out a way to kill her off too.
Oh yeah, it'd be like they're trying for a higher body count than Game of Thrones. Maybe that's why that explains why Kathleen Kennedy hired Benioff and Weiss.
Yeah. God, I'm hearing those names.
If she did, because that's been up in the air too. So apparently, the showrunner for the Miss Marvel series, Bisha K. Ali, had done a bit of selective deleting of tweets prior to D23.
Ooh.
And
what did she do?
I wonder why. And while they didn't cover it, Bleeding Fool did because Doug Ernst had found out a few things, saying, "What the heck is going on here?" He said. "Then I go on YouTube and find out she's a raging feminist, has all sorts of podcasts. There's one I was looking into yesterday. She was telling stories how she was this heroic feminist, standing up to the white man because they were at a comedy club, and this particular comedian was telling jokes she didn't
racist? Probably a commie.
And apparently made her day to yell at a comedian at some shit comedy dive."
Oh,
What?
you're just in time.
What? Are we taking a shit on Mark Maron now?
No, not yet.
we're not
That
there
comes
yet.
later. We're taking a shit on Bisha Ali, the lady who apparently when she's stepping up to be the showrunner for Miss Marvel, decided to do a bunch of Twitter nuking.
Because it turns out we've hit a royal flush on the woke intersectional poker.
Yep.
So Miss Marvel showrunner goes damage control. We missed Mark Maron, but that's no big
We
deal.
didn't miss Mark Maron. We didn't miss Mark Maron.
Nope, we didn't.
That's okay. We're in time.
Mm-hmm. But apparently she had one of the tweets that she had deleted had said, quote, "I am so tired of the 5 million podcasts all hosted by the right men who snigger about how immature they are."
Hey, I host one of those fucking shows.
And
to be fair,
my buddy Easy would have something to say about that because that's pretty much his whole shtick.
Oh, and
also,
we've
we
got
take
one.
a shit on a much more immature son of a bitch and Vince McMahon. So fuck you, lady.
Well, it's a case of projection with this bitch.
I'm going to quote C.S. Lewis from his book God in the Dock. "When I became a man, I threw away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to appear grown up. But then we get a fourth mark against her. The fact that she is apparently a huge fan of crazy ass Omar."
Oh, fucking
Dear
Christ, Drake!
Sweet Lord in heaven.
So that's 1,
She's a
2,
fan of that.
3, 4.
That's another rise, isn't it?
It should be.
Yeah, apparently because she defended Omar's anti-Semitism. So, yep, that's a rise.
All
I
right.
got it.
Yep. God damn it.
Where's my liquor? Oh!
Wool!
Fucking skull.
Why do we pick a good time to show up? Hey, Matty.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, the two of you picked one hell of a time to show up. I hope you've got enough drinks ready.
And
Hey,
Yeah.
tomorrow's Labor Day. I ain't working, bitches. Well,
Yeah, I gotta check Yallerhorn. I'm checking over in that room for a second, and oh, son of a bitch!
This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. Don't get me with this.
Son of a bitch!
Robert. Y'all trying to kill me.
Where's Epstein's black book?
jeez,
The Thorazine!
God damn it, Ali! You triggered R. Kelly again. But
I love the fact that his losing his shit on national television is a running gag on our show.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna piss on you.
I think I made this obvious, but I know what I'm going to be watching on Labor Day.
Yes, sir.
Well, two things.
Dave?
One of them you can already figure out, Maddie, and the other one we're going to get to a bit later.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But I'm just going to put this out there right now. There's only one woman that I will acknowledge as Ms. Marvel, and that is Carol Danvers, not Carl Manvers.
Yeah.
Carol Danvers.
Yeah.
You
So
mean the
as far as
original?
this,
Yes.
yeah. So as far as this show is concerned, yeah, into the trash it goes. Next.
So
remember,
we've-
I kept saying they were going to give us Kamala Khan. They were going to give us America Chavez. I'm telling you, the next one's going to be Riri Williams.
You know what? I'm gonna play this for you right now, Doku.
Fuck you! I was right! 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 Fuck you! I was right!
Zeltrax.
Well, I stepped in at a good time.
Yes, you did.
Oh, you did.
And
Yeah, right now I actually got a bit of a neat plan with my laptop. Currently, I got it cooled down with a nice cold soda.
Oh,
Right now it's doing well for me. Yeah, right now I have a problem with the cooling fan in my laptop. I'm going to take it in on Tuesday to get it fixed.
oof.
Ah, that
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Anyway, back on track.
Yeah. Back to business here.
all right. So the next thing that we have is a bit of an update regarding the whole Depp versus Heard thing.
Oh,
wait,
how
hold on,
funny. We
Mildred,
were just making jokes about Amber Heard earlier.
Oh,
Hold
that
on,
crazy
Mildred,
ass.
before we move on.
that.
Before we move on, I want to make a bet with all of you right now.
What?
Within the first 3 episodes of Miss Marvel, I guarantee you, I will
Canceled?
bet you $10. Nope, not canceled. They'll keep it going. I'll bet you $10.
Oh yeah, they will.
Within the first 3 episodes, one of the things that they're going to have as a theme for wonderful Kamala Khan is going to be fighting white supremacy and Islamophobia.
Oh yeah. I'll take that bet.
I will $10 for the first 3 episodes. I'm calling within 5.
I'll
Oh,
take that fucking action.
I'll bet you it'll be episode 1. Episode 1, you will hear white supremacy or Islamophobia. One of those two
Yeah,
words.
but yeah,
It'll be in
little
there.
white supremacy. Won't be surprised if we get some orange man bad in that bitch.
Yeah,
Will's-
I'll chip in on that.
Will's, it's gonna be too. They're probably not going to use the word, but they're going to use everything but that. Anyways, so
Pool is set.
So apparently
Hold on.
the recent victory is that Depp wanted this case had in Virginia, since that's apparently where he is. Heard wanted it to be transferred to California, probably because she knows that she'd have an advantage in
So she's
that
trying to pull a
hellhole.
Mark Wade. So she's trying to pull a Mark Wade. Beautiful.
The judge who is presiding over the thing has agreed with Depp, in part due to the fact that the heart of the lawsuit was published, and the op-ed that was in the trash fire known as the Washington Post had that whole incident happen in Virginia. So that's where the case is going to remain.
Yeah,
Boy.
so
That's not going to
Amber
work out
Heard's-
well in her favor.
yeah, so Amber Heard is pretty much good as fucked.
Yeah, and he is suing
I'm
for
from Virginia.
defamation
I
and
can-
damages in excess of $50 million.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm from Virginia, and I can tell you this. Whatever judge she gets, it doesn't fucking matter. If it's not in Northern Virginia, if it's anywhere else, you're fucked. And even if it is
Oh, yeah.
Northern Virginia, the people we have sitting on the court are not like the people that vote in Fairfax, Loudoun, or Prince Williams County. They might be quote, quote, progressives because they live right outside of D.C., but those judges are fucking hard asses, and they hate having their time wasted. They will throw the fucking book at you.
So basically, even if they had the trial in Nova, they're fucked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we do have a trial date, February 3rd, 2020, and the trial is supposed to last 12 days.
What county is it in?
What county?
It doesn't say. Just that it's going to be in Virginia.
Oh, damn, I would really love to know what county that's going to be in.
If
I have a feeling
if I can find.
Oh, I could.
If it's WAPO, it's probably Fairfax. Would be my.
But then again, you say it doesn't matter, right?
And maybe they'll get lucky and they get a sympathetic judge, but that's rolling the dice.
The odds are not in her favor no matter what. It's just she might have a better chance in some areas, but it's a slim shot.
Yeah.
Now, if it was in Maryland, that'd be a different story. But it's not.
Also, since you brought up Maryland, fuck you, Baltimore. Speaking of fuck you, so last week we talked about Mark Maron, who made some very bad comments, and my attitude towards Mark Maron was a case of, you're not wrong, you're just a dick. Well, he decided he wasn't done, so he doubled down. Describing Mark.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Again, he's not wrong again, but he's just a dick.
Oh boy.
He had said, "Hey, Marvel movie fans, stop acting like outraged religious fanatics defending their belief system. It's okay if I don't believe. Let it go. Also, I'm actually a big fan of a lot of comic art. Try to relax your mainstream asses." Here's the problem. Here's the problem, though, Mark.
You know what? I'm going to say this. What's so wrong about that?
It's not what he said. It's how he communicated it that I have issues with. Mark, you kicked the hornet's nest.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
No
What
simpy.
did you expect was going to happen?
You know how bad the MCU stands tend to get.
Oh yeah.
Well, the other thing I want to point out,
not
like,
as bad as them. Just letting you guys know.
the other thing I want to point out is the people that are getting pissed off are comic fans, because people that aren't comic fans don't get pissed off about comic art. The only people complaining about Squirrel Girl are people that were fans of the 90s comic. Like,
yeah.
I get what you're trying to say, but dude, you're using a really ill thought out argument.
And no, the whole I only took the job because it was an opportunity to work with De Niro. That's not an excuse. And Ethan Anderton of Slash Film made a very good point, saying maybe they're sick of hasty generalizations about something millions of people around the globe have come to embrace, love, and be inspired by something that at one time many were bullied for, labeled as nerds or geeks when it wasn't considered cool or mainstream.
Buy that man a bear.
Buy that man a beer, and then Mark decided to go full on stupid with him saying, "Not a generalization is all. Good inverted bully tactic to cite the millions who love. Almost fascistic. Seems they should be able to absorb more from cultural criticism given their new cultural power." What the fuck? No, seriously, what the fuck?
Okay,
that's such a backwards. That's such a backwards thing to say, and also drink.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Just to make a point, there's a reason that people probably everyone on this panel, I'm assuming, don't like the Big Bang Theory.
Nope.
Self-deprecation for the sake of humor is one thing. The Big Bang Theory is using comedy for the sake of mockery, because it's using stereotypes and tropes.
Big Bang Theory, so there you go.
Yeah, I rest my case.
Yeah.
And wait. And to those people who actually who think the people of the Big Bang Theory are like us,
Get out.
That's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
that's not the
Polar
wording I was going
opposite.
to use. I was,
Put your motherfucking head back down.
and yes,
That
I
works
do
too.
agree that Big Bang
works
Theory
as well, actually.
is nerd blackface. But the approach that I was going to say, because I remember a coworker years ago saying that they liked the comedy, and I said, "Look, I understand what happened to you, but it doesn't excuse the kind of person that you've become."
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, it's not that the comedy is bad, it's the subject matter and how it's portrayed. Now, and I will say this, if you're the type of person that enjoys Squirrel Girl or America Chavez, I'm glad you enjoy it. I hate it. I think it's garbage. I think the Big Bang Theory is garbage. But I'm not going to hate you for liking something that I dislike. That's what nerd culture has always been about and what it's always like. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean I hate you for liking something I don't like.
I'm just gonna roast
Doku. We literally just had this exact same
Mm-hmm.
discussion on our stream just a little while ago.
Yeah.
I literally said, if you like something that we don't, fine, more power to you. Great, you're still welcome here. You know, you just don't, the only thing I always say is just don't be mad if we start cracking jokes at it. But that doesn't mean you have to hate what we hate. We're not expecting all of us to agree. Just be civil about it and have fun. That's all it's about.
And also, criticism is not hatred.
I pretty much do that too.
And that's the thing. Criticism is not hatred. I can criticize something all I fucking want. That doesn't mean I hate you for liking something I dislike.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is this such a difficult fucking concept?
Right?
Just remember, it is.
All right.
Trust me, you want to know evidence. It's who doesn't get it. I mean, come on, just look at that idiot AOC.
Well, yeah, it's because people are overly sensitive. That's really what it boils down to.
Of course.
Getting beyond that, he continues to double down, doing the whole good times, doing the troll chants with emotional baby brains. Basically, he's pulling the mum mentions, and then saying, apparently the consensus is I'm allowed to have my opinion about MCU, but the use of the word nerd and grown man child and any suggestion of cultural infantilism was triggering. I get it, noted. You do not get the right to be that smug about getting ratioed. The last thing he said.
Can I shoot this son of a bitch again?
The last thing that he said was the final straw for me. That said, okay, you're going into the trash, Mark. He said, addressing Joker, my heroes are human. I did a scene with one of my heroes in real life. Doesn't change the way I feel. Small compromise. Probably a once in a lifetime opportunity. That's the problem with having human heroes, I guess. As somebody who has respect for the storytelling medium and how characters in fiction can inspire real life people, fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and De Niro, I wouldn't be. He's a great actor, but his character is just disgusting, especially these
It's also
days.
a really douchey way to go about trying to make a point, which is kind of valid and kind of not.
Yeah, he's definitely not wrong. I mean, I'd be pissed. I'd be pretty salty too if you're dealing with fucking in MCU stands. But
I mean, it's a misplaced argument. Like you're looking to the wrong people. Like as someone who is a writer who's working on several novels at the same time and probably starting a graphic novel with Mad Dodge here soon, when somebody criticizes my work and says it's bad, I don't take it as a personal attack. I take it as valid criticism. Like, okay, is there something I can improve about it? We're not attacking you. We're not necessarily even attacking your work. It's just criticism. That's all it is. Like, why are you so sensitive about it? Take the criticism, man up or lady up, whichever.
It's very simple. It's very simple why people get mad about this, because it's like some people treat their work as if they do their own dog. They get very defensive about it if someone attacks it.
Well, and I can understand being upset about overly harsh criticism, like dicks just trying to be dicks for the sake of being dicks.
Yeah.
That's unnecessary. But it doesn't mean that the criticism itself is not valid. It's just like, okay, bro, slow your roll a little bit. What would you change? What can I do better? Like, that's how you should approach it as a professional.
I wanted to focus on the response from the Slash Film guy in this case because he was giving him a legit reason why people were pissed off at him, and it had less to do with him besmirching comics and more to do with him calling them grown man children. That was the thing.
Yeah, it's not because you're wrong; it's because you're being elitist.
He just blew the whole thing off. So, even though the reviews that I'm getting are certainly positive, Marin, I would not be surprised if he doesn't get hired back anytime soon.
Yeah,
well, that's the other thing, Mildred,
I
wanted to touch on this before I forget it again. The second that I hear somebody do some roundabout, dismissive, or as we talked about earlier in the stream, when you're dismissive or you try to pick on somebody's spelling because autocorrect's not a thing apparently, or when you use man, baby, or incel, or any of these not self-deprecating, but demeaning terms, it tells me you don't have an argument. So you just resort to smear tactics and trying to publicly shame somebody because somehow that means you won the argument. That's the tactics of a 3-year-old. I have no respect for that type of shit.
So into the trash he goes. Now the next thing I wanted to talk on briefly, but I think we had a very interesting survey brought to our attention regarding the people who tweet the most. Mostly, the majority of the people who tweet the most are the crazy cat ladies.
Of course, isn't that obvious?
Because they got nothing better to do.
The idea is that.
Excuse me.
I do like cats, though.
But the top 10% of Twitter users make up for 80% of all the tweets, and these are, of course, the crazy cat ladies. Many of them are under 50, have a bachelor's degree, most of them make around $75,000 a year, and 64% of them identify as white. 60% of them lean left or identify with democratic policies, even though only 22% of Americans use Twitter. If there's any lesson to take out of this, it's that whenever Twitter gets butt mad at you, do not treat it like the majority of your audience is getting butt mad at you, no matter how big or small your work is. You are triggering a minority.
Yeah, and also, I bet you those motherfuckers work at big tech. I give you 10-1 that these crazy ass cat ladies, they're probably in the HR department, largely in Silicon Valley.
What I want to know is who the fuck is paying them $75,000 a year to fucking spend 6 hours a day on Twitter? How do I get paid to do that?
No.
Yeah, really, pay my ass.
Oh, I would say pay me, but it would be the shortest job ever because I would just use that to highlight NSFW shit. Just have the top 10.
I follow every fucking porn star, every fucking like lewd cosplayer, and all of a sudden it'll be and I'll probably even out naval Mark Kern.
Every hour is a new Rule 34 challenge.
Yep.
Jesus, I will never end up living that down, will I?
Yeah, every hour, dude, you're being conservative.
Oh, fine, every 10 minutes.
Yep.
I know how quick those fuckers on DeviantArt can do work.
Oh, yeah. So, if anybody is a fan of Starbound, I apologize in advance.
Ah, crap.
So apparently Chucklefish is being accused of making devs work without payment.
Oh.
Real? Well, accused. Keyword. I would
but
like
here's where the
asterisk
asterisk comes in on this. Now, apparently, Chucklefish responded that the developers in question who made these complaints worked as community contributors, who were under no obligation to work, follow deadlines, or put in certain hours.
Oh, that sounds like a grave you dug for yourself then, and now you're
Oh yeah, there's no
angry about it.
was there any? Now the question is, was there any contract?
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Because if there was no contract, well,
congratulations, you played yourself.
I was gonna go sorry about your damn luck, but that works.
Although one of the people involved with this, Damon here, has they them pronouns, so fuck him.
Pronouns.
Okay. I want to put a new rule in place.
You know what, Damon? Because of that, you know what? Argument invalid. Hold on.
Put your motherfucking head back down.
Jeez, and you got on me earlier for botching. What the hell?
Oh God.
Hold on.
I'll do it. Oh, damn it.
A shameful display.
Actually, I got something better for you, Aaron.
Okay. Yep. Let's try this again, okay? Damon, listen. You worked without a contract. You're bitching about this, and you got pronouns on your profile. Argument invalid.
Put your motherfucking head back down.
Look, for the record, you want to be gender neutral, whatever the fuck you want to be. Fine. Don't shove it in our faces. Just don't.
Exactly.
I do not feel like looking at the Emperor's new outfit.
The only reason we give you they or them is because if your name is Frisk and you're in a video game, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
But no,
Anyway,
okay, real quick though.
You were saying.
Yeah. I want to propose a new rule. If you guys disagree with me, let me know. Every time I hear somebody bitching about something on Twitter and I see pronouns in their profile, immediate drink. No.
Oh,
exception.
definitely. We'll start.
No
right
argument
now.
here.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, and just because this is the inaugural rule, Shades, this idiot deserves a daving.
Yeah.
Leave it up.
My friend, you bitched about working without pay, but you didn't. If you didn't have a contract, then congratulations, you did this to yourself. So, Dave, I'll be nice and give you one tonight.
Yeah.
Only one. Wow, you're being very generous.
Now, earlier,
in a good mood.
before, when we were covering the news, and this is something I normally don't do, but I decided this time it was called for. We had covered the fact that Ion Fury that Voidpoint decided to play hardball, and 3D Realms blinked, and because of that, the censoring thing that happened is not going to happen. Whether or not they're actually putting people through sensitivity training or simply giving them a manual that Voidpoint is just going to ignore is another matter. And they are still going to be paying the 10 grand to that LGBTQ group, but it's but in this case it's more of not wanting to be an Indian giver, as Aaron pointed out, because they already said that they're going to do it. So no point in taking.
Yeah, you can't be an Indian giver, even if you're giving it to a bunch of idiots.
But when the theory that we had about it was that when the Reset Era started raising a stink, 3D Realms decided to cave, even though Voidpoint had no interest in caving, because the whole thing felt kind of weird, because I was getting mixed signals from the public statements compared to the stuff that was going on in Voidpoint's Discord. That's why I had the vibe that I had. When I heard about this, I was like, okay, refund. But the thing was, I never blamed Voidpoint, because I knew Voidpoint where they stood. 3D Realms apparently either is idiotic, or they're just trying to state they're just too have no balls. I think they have no balls after because remember what the last thing they put out was?
What?
Duke Nukem Forever.
Oh yeah.
God, don't remind me. Don't
And that
remind
got
me of that fucking
shat
shit show.
on for its blatant manliness, I guess is the best way to put it.
And
Although,
this was
speaking
in
of which, I should mention this. John St. John is now an ordained minister, meaning you can have Duke Nukem preside over your wedding.
And he actually said as such in his announcement of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I only have one request. If anybody takes him up on this, have him do the voice the entire time.
Oh, good lord!
I'm willing to bet a lot of people are going to do that. To the point where he's going to get sick of it.
Oh, he'll probably do it. Screw that.
He'll do it a few times, sure, but I think after a while he's going to get sick of doing it because I guarantee you everyone's going to want him to.
Yeah.
But then again, he might have fun.
But anyway,
doing that shit.
after this U-turn, the NPCs got butthurt.
Again?
Oh,
Again?
They got butthurt about the fact that they were thinking, "Yay, we got a victory! They're taking away the O-gay thing." And now they're butthurt about the fact that Voidpoint listened to its community.
Yeah, or better yet, 3D Realms got shook and bent the knee even harder to Voidpoint. Because I think what happened was, again, I don't think it was the review bombs that did it. I don't think so. What I think happened was Voidpoint told everybody to go sail the high seas. And that scared 3D Realms big time.
Yeah, they got butthurt, and Kotaku got real butthurt. And look who it is. It's Nathan Grayson.
Oh, Drake!
I swear, as soon as I hear a name get dropped, I know a drink's coming because it's just you guys.
Hey, Nathan, how do you like it for the fact that one of your fuck buddies actually drove someone to suicide? You prick.
We'll get to that.
I feel like we're getting close to another rise.
Oh,
but
we're about to go to another rise when we get to that story.
I think the reason they got butthurt about the matter was they're trying to blame the review bombs for this, not the fact that Voidpoint played hardball.
Yeah, Voidpoint didn't like the fact they got thrown under the bus, and you know what? They hit back. And you know what? I give kudos to Voidpoint. This is why, yeah, even though I've sailed the high seas for your game, just watch out for who you give publishing rights to in the future.
I think the only reason that they were working with 3D Realms is because they needed the build engine.
Oh. But
even if they're using a modified version of it. It's still the build engine, so they were going to have to work with 3D Realms anyways.
Yep.
So, the next that we have is the CEO and chairman of Remedy selling stocks prior to Control's release. Now, I played and beat Control because somebody was kind or cruel enough to send me the PS4 version of the game because they decided to go Epic exclusive on PC, and I'm going to point a few things out right now. The PC version, from what I'm hearing, is very demanding because it insists on having RTX on. You can feasibly play it on medium settings, but I had a few issues. I had a few frame rate issues because of how the game is handling lighting and how it's handling its visual fidelity, which admittedly is very good. The problem that I have with Control, however, is the fact that Sam Lake is a much better character storyteller than he is a world storyteller. And trying to focus on having this fascinating world with the Bureau of Control, even if it is just MIB mixed with SCP, and the fact that his main character in this is not all that interesting. Control is not bad per se, and the shooting actually does a better job than Quantum Break did.
It's mediocre, is it?
The big problem is one, the devil in the details, and two, the best story encounters and the best boss fights are in side missions instead of in the main thing.
Why did you do this? This is mediocrity defined. No wonder the guy decided to find the nearest fucking life preserver and get off the ship.
Yeah, and apparently the stock value ended up taking a dive. Now, Vitala and Maki, the CEO and chairman, sold 170,000 shares on August 21st, 6 days ahead of Control's release, and 2 days after their interview where they claimed that their company has a positive, enthusiastic atmosphere. Those shares were at an average of 12.5 euros. So, and that was one of them. The other person, the Maki, had sold 150,000 shares at 12.50 euros on average.
Jesus Christ.
In my experience, whenever the top folk at a company start selling off shares like that, that's usually a warning sign.
Usually.
Okay, I'm lowballing it a little bit, but you know what I mean, Doku.
Yeah.
It's not usually a warning sign; it's always a warning sign, and when I'd imagine you're gonna see more people selling their stocks.
Hey, like I said, every time I hear about a company doing something remotely in the woke realm, I always suggest, I hope you have a brokerage account that allows you to trade in options, because short them, 1 year time decay, buy 2 or 3 shorts, and give it 6 months.
And yes, Homer, that is that. Sam Lake was literally modeled into Max Payne because, well, they didn't have any money. They didn't have any money to get actual actors for the first game, so they just grabbed anybody. But now here's the case where I am pressing X, because Tail Worlds Entertainment is saying that Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord will release eventually.
Double doubt.
They announced an early access release a little bit ago. I don't believe it.
Yeah, someone's lying.
This thing was announced in 2012.
What?
Oh, Jesus.
7 years?
Whoa. We're looking at another Duke Nukem Forever with this.
The first gameplay was shown 3 years ago.
Oh, God.
They're claiming that it is launching via Steam Early Access in March of next year.
Yeah, you know what? I'm pressing X.
Yeah.
I think that'll be released right around the same time that Half-Life 3 comes out.
Yeah.
And to be honest, when you're waiting that long, you end up killing your game's chances.
Yeah, after 5 years from a first announcement, if you still don't have a full game out already, you pretty much just go ahead and cancel it, because even if it does come out, there's no way you're going to be able to make it. There's no way it succeeds. Again, Duke Nukem Forever, as we keep talking about. By the time it finally came out, there was no way it could live up to the hype that it built up.
Back in a second.
Of course, at the time, none of us knew how much of a shit show it was behind the scenes.
Oh, no, we knew. We knew. We knew before coming out what it was going to be like.
Mm-hmm. But it's time we take a shit on Vice again. Specifically, the fact that they, along with several other people, got ridiculously butthurt about Dave Chappelle's Netflix special.
Oh, here we go.
Wait.
Here we fucking go.
Wait. Another media outlet trying to put an opinion piece on Dave Chappelle being Dave Chappelle? No.
Apparently, they're claiming that he doubled down on misogyny and transphobia. That's 2 drinks.
I got it. Yep. There we go.
And but wait, it gets better because of a little something that I ended up finding out that I had to tweet about. Now, from what I've heard from people who have watched the actual special and the bonus thing, good. It's very much what you'd expect from Dave Chappelle. And I think that's what pissed them off. So did I say, at least Dave Chappelle writes his own jokes, unlike a certain other comedian you guys tried to prop up. You know, Amy Schumer.
No.
I don't want to hear any more about somebody's barnyard between the legs jokes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Now, here's my feelings on this. I'm not a big fan of Dave Chappelle. Never liked his style. Too aggressive for me. But that's just a personal taste thing. That's not he's terrible or he's an offensive jokes. I don't care how offensive you are. I listen to far more offensive people in my time. You just need, this is the big issue with people today is they don't understand the concept of if you don't like it, don't fucking watch it.
I think
they got to go out of their way to freaking make a big fuss about, he said this, he said that. Who gives a shit? If you don't like it, don't fucking watch it.
Yeah. Besides, comedy is supposed to be slightly offensive.
And apparently in the punchline, he did an extra part that was a Q&A called the punchline. And I think one of the other things that got people mad is the fact that he defended Kevin Hart and Louis C.K. when they courted controversy, and the fact that he took some brutal swipes at trans trenders, but somebody apparently this was the thing that this was one thing that triggered. The article goes, he says a white woman left one of his practice sets for the special at the Punchline Comedy Club in San Francisco, telling him, "I'm sorry, I was raped." Chappelle says he replied saying, "It's not your fault you were raped, but it's not my fault either. Ta-ta, bitch."
Is he wrong? Is he wrong?
He ain't wrong.
And there was also the fact that Pace got butthurt about the thing, and I said, you have no room to talk because you're the same people that said Avengers Infinity War was the Dark Souls of the MCU. Sit the fuck back down in the kids' corner. The adults are talking.
Yeah, sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up.
Since Aaron's not here right now,
put your motherfucking head back down, dummy.
One other thing, and I had to make a bit of a joke because Rotten Tomatoes currently has given the special a 0%.
100% just in time. They fucked up.
No, a 0%. Okay. So
0%.
Fuck you!
Out of 5 reviews. Now, there's something I want to show you because hold on a second.
While you do this, people are getting butthurt about Dave Chappelle being offensive. Folks, this is the guy that put together the black white supremacists.
Yeah, don't forget the race draft.
The race draft, that family sketch.
Mm-hmm.
I
said it in call yesterday, and I was told not to say it tonight. Out of respect, I respect it. But again, the sketch was literally, what if a family was called literally that name?
Okay,
that's it.
Now, I posted this on the council. Sophie Narwitz chimed in, actually put in sort of a troll right here, a troll tweet about this situation. It said, Hannah Gadsby, whoever the fuck she is a better comedian than Dave Chappelle could ever be or will be. When I saw Hannah Gadsby, I was like, who is this Rudy Poo?
That's what I'm saying. I've never even heard of her.
I watched a couple of clips. So this is the state of comedy, really?
Oh God, that bad, huh? Shit.
Yeah. This is
the quote new generation. You know, if I ever decided to get off my ass and do stand up, I'd get my ass kicked, but at least I tried to be funny.
Yeah, really.
You know what? You know what we need? I kind of, this is kind of why I wish George Carlin was still around, because he would not take this shit.
No.
He would say whatever the fuck he wanted, and if anyone tried to come after him, he would double down on their asses.
You thought, yeah, easy is. You thought Chappelle was bad? Oh,
folks,
you should have been. If Carlin was around, if Sam Kinison was around, fuck. If what's this guy's name that always gets
Lenny Bruce. If Lenny Bruce and Richard Pryor were still around.
No, you know what? I'll give you a name. I'm gonna give you one name, and I guarantee you, if there's anyone who would not take shit from people like this, it'd be this guy, Bill Hicks.
That's what I was talking about. Bill Hicks.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Bill Hicks
would destroy them.
Bill Hicks would be perfect in this scenario. God rest his soul.
He would rip these assholes a new one. You've never seen that one time he went off on this one heckler? Oh God, it's legendary.
I'll tell you this right now. Bill Hicks would be considered alt-right these days.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, he would actually.
Although I think part of the reason that they're really mad is the fact that I think a lot of journalists know that if they call Dave Chappelle racist, then they're going to regret it.
This guy grew up in DC when it was shit. So
good
luck with it.
Yeah, fucking Dave Chappelle. He, like I said, you don't try to call him a racist, because I'll tell you this right now, he's gonna. And one thing I did like about this thing is when he was going, is he basically he turned out said, listen, you want to have your abortion, that's fine, but we shouldn't have to fucking pay for it. I just love that part.
I will say that when I saw that I had to do a bit of a screen cap, and I just wrote 2 words: "Hoes mad."
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Because it only, for me, this only further shows why you should not trust Rotten Tomatoes. The only value that Rotten Tomatoes has is providing a reason for Doku to get shit-faced once a week.
Like I only get shit-faced once a week.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Speaking of shit, let's talk about Hassan Piker getting skewered.
Off.
And he stepped
in the hornet's nest.
This is one of the rare cases where I'd say that getting banned off Twitch was deserved because of the shit that he was saying. First off, he got butthurt over Dan Crenshaw's appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. To which I have to say, one, you do not talk shit about Venom Snake. And two, he made some very tasteless claims regarding 9/11, and saying that the person who took Crenshaw's eye out was a brave mujahideen. Except that's not what happened. He lost his eye in an explosion.
Yeah, and he basically said that America deserved 9/11. Spoken like a true woken jagoff.
Yeah, fuck you, dick.
You know, I'm Canadian. America deserves a lot of things. Losing 3,000 lives, 2 iconic buildings, and a couple of planes.
Yeah.
In one of the darkest days in North American history.
Yeah.
Not one of them. Not one of them.
Yeah, you know what really pisses me off about this shit? All of these fucking jackoffs who say crap like this, and I'm being very, very, very fucking calm right now. This is how you know I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah. Oh, blame it.
My dad's next door neighbor, when he was living back close to where I live. His next door neighbor was an airline pilot.
Uh-oh.
His wife is a flight attendant.
Oh,
His
yeah.
wife and my dad's neighbor were friends. Both of them died when that plane hit building 2.
Oh, shit.
He was the pilot. She changed her shift with a coworker so she could be on the same airplane and spend time with her husband. So when I hear fucking pieces of shit make statements like that, you know what? This is the only thing I have to say to you. When your family or loved ones or your friends die in a senseless act of violence that kills hundreds or thousands of innocent people that you know or don't know, I don't care what it is, I have no fucking sympathy for you. And I hope you spend the rest of your goddamn pitiful life crying your sleep to self every night like the ungrateful, unsympathetic, unempathetic, garbage piece of shit that you are. And when I see you in hell, I'll ask the devil if I have personal control to torture you for all eternity, because you are the worst type of shit that has ever walked this fucking earth.
Damn. You know.
Well, I think the one button that would say "I award you no points and may God have mercy on your soul." I don't think that one is powerful enough to describe Doku's rage.
You know, I'll be honest with you. The only person that would probably deliver an even more scathing remark, sadly, is locked up for now. Our good sister. Because if she'd heard about this shit, she would have flown into a fucking rage.
Oh, yeah, trust me. I remember where I was when that happened. And I remember one of my classmates, because I was in high school at the time, one of my classmates was in tears on the phone trying to get a hold of her family to find out, because she knew, I think she had an uncle who was in one of the buildings, who worked in one of the buildings. And I think, if I remember correctly, he survived, but barely. But I remember the fear in her eyes, the tears coming out of them, trying desperately for any hope that he survived. And to hear a jackass like this even make that kind of joke tells me he wasn't there that day.
No.
Because you wouldn't say shit like that if you were there.
Yeah,
my comment is not one of rage. My comment is one of sincerity. I don't necessarily care about the joke. As far as I'm concerned, free speech is free. There is no exception. There is no such thing as hate. Nothing is off limits. What does piss me off is the lack of respect to all of the people who either died or who had loved ones who died. Yeah. So my comment is one of sincerity. I do not know if you guys have seen the movie 7 Psychopaths, but I will pull the fucking Quaker. I will fucking slit my own throat just so I have a guarantee that I go to hell so I can torment you for all fucking eternity, because that's how much I loathe people like this piece of crap. I won't even speak his name because that's how little I think of him. I care more about stepping on ants than I care about this fucking person's life. That's how much this person pisses me off.
I don't blame you, dude. And like
No.
I said,
damn.
Yeah, and I'll even defend, and and like I said, that's even fucked up because I don't know if you recall this, but I think at one time some idiot had the nerve to basically he try to misconstrue when you remember that this whole stupid lie that used to try to slam Trump, saying that he's saying he was a first responder. He never said that, but he did say he was pretty much he was down there that day.
He lived in New York at the time and owns multiple fucking properties. Yeah,
and
he was there.
And then they said, "Oh, you were never there. You were never down there." Turns out there's archive footage. There's archive footage of him around Ground Zero during that situation.
And if I remember correctly, I also believe he donated a portion of his fortune to families that were victims of 11.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing.
I didn't even get pissed off at the fucking South Park episode. This asshole pisses me the fuck off.
See, here's the thing. I know what he is trying to do is he wants that he wants that
rage clicks.
The rage clicks and also to show off. But again, it's a case of he is the emperor and he has no clothes. And exactly. I would not be, and yeah, he's probably going to be back eventually, and he's going to say something just as stupid. But I'm actually going to do something a little interesting. I want Rogan to host a debate between him and Crenshaw. If he's going to be this stunning and brave, then he should have no problem being stunning and brave to his face.
I agree 100%.
Can't be over a voice chat. Has to be. You can't get a phone call. It's got to be in person.
Which is why I brought up the whole thing with Rogan, because when Tim Pool had that back and forth with Jack, he was on the other side of the table. Now, granted, Jack had one of his trusted safety bitches with him who was doing most of the talking, but you get the point. Anyway,
her fucking handler.
But now this is my point. I have no problem with this guy saying or having his right to say what he said. What I have a problem with is, dude, if you're gonna make a joke, make a fucking joke. Like I said, I didn't get mad at the South Park skit. What I'm mad about is your lack of fucking respect.
I would love empathy.
Yeah, I would love to see him and Crenshaw go back and forth. I would love to see that.
Yeah, as much as I have,
this guy's just an ass.
As much as I have,
that's what I'm mad about,
guys.
As much as I have,
guys, we need to move on.
Railing.
Yeah, I don't want.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
So,
but we have something that this next segment here. It starts off funny, but it ends up very tragic.
So, and I had to take out one part of it because someone had put their account under protected, so I couldn't use what I had planned. But so the first we have several high-profile devs getting Me Too'd. The first one was Nathalie involved Nathalie Lawhead, who was claiming that Jeremy Sewell had been making, because of some of the statements that were made and as well as claims of advancements, which I find what she said on the matter to be kind of questionable as far as whether.
Yeah. Oh God, this story, Mildred, are you going out of your way to try to make me rage tonight?
No.
Now let's. I'm going to be fair here, but I don't. This is more like, I still need to see evidence, but they are basically turning on their male feminist allies.
Except here, Sewell doesn't really profess wokeness, which is probably the problem. He's just somebody who really gets into composition.
Yeah, this is just bullshit here.
But then Zoe Quinn decided to jump in on it and claim that she was abused by Alec Holka. And there were three
Zoe
other
Drake.
Yep. There were three other people who made claims. And here's the stance that I have on the matter. The three people who made those claims probably have something to them. Whether or not it's something that I'm expected to believe is another question. Zoe, on the other hand, I would not believe her. She told me that the sky was blue.
Yeah, let me tell you this right now. This ain't no doubt. This is straight up
Bullshit!
And incidentally, Zoe, how's that Kickstarter coming along? Oh
Yeah.
right, you blew all the money so you could go to a vacation in a fancy ass hotel in the middle of fucking Tokyo.
Yeah. Oh, this never came across my fucking radar. Oh, she's trying to use Antifa's assault on Andy No? Oh, this is news to me. I'm surprised that didn't come through.
Then
Zoe
again,
Quinn, you really
didn't she
shouldn't be that surprised.
didn't she try and claim that that she was acting as a medic for one of those protests because she knows how to use a first aid kit?
Yeah, really, dumb bitch. Yeah,
but
that leads on to this. Hey, Aaron Joni, about that drink.
By the way, isn't this worthy of a rise? Because I think we've
definitely.
Yep.
Because fuck Alex Lifshitz.
Oh. Where's my liquor?
Bull!
Fucking skull.
That's 3 tonight.
Let's see if we can break our record. What's the record?
Record.
7, I think?
Record's at 5, by the way.
Yep.
5. Well, let's see if we can break it. Anytime Zoe Quinn's involved.
We might get another rise out of this. Alex fucking Lifshitz.
Who? I'm just gonna put this out there. Is it just me, or does it look like Alex and Zoe could be brother and sister?
Oh,
they do look very similar.
Or to be more accurate, it looks like they could be brother and sister if they both had the last name Lannister.
Drink
Okay,
for savagery on that one, Monk.
Super savagery.
That's definitely a drink.
Yeah, but you know what, Lifshitz?
Super savage.
We try to warn ya. We try to warn ya.
Fuck it, razor
Hey,
fist button.
Yep.
Fuck you, I was right, 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 fuck you, I was right.
This is the thing with what I talked about Lifshitz and any of these male feminists, these so-called male feminists. They ain't gonna fucking sleep with you. Well, in his case, he might have got some bit more fun with Zoe because she's a fucking thought. But in most cases, they're not gonna fucking sleep with you. They're just gonna fucking use you, and when you outlived your usefulness, they're gonna throw you to the fucking wolves.
Again, are you surprised?
Pretty much. Now, before we get to the
dark turn.
The first part of the dark turn is the fact that Alec Holka was one of the people that Zoe accused in this manner. And right as soon as it happened, he was fired by the same studio that made Night in the Woods, which is an alrightish
threw him under the bus.
walking sim. Yeah, they basically threw him under the bus. And they threw him
under the bus so hard,
disaster struck.
Yeah, and there's nothing funny on this one.
No.
Alec Holka. This was reported by his sister. He had passed away, and it is large. Even though it has not been outright confirmed 100%, and we probably and given the situation, we will probably never know if it was 100% confirmed. But all signs are pointing to suicide.
Yeah. Now, normally, when it comes to the these male feminist devs, and sadly, I'm sure this guy was one of them. I'd be complete. At first, before this took a very dark turn, I was full on no simpy, because this is what happens if you fucking associate yourself with assholes like that. Okay, and I'll have a personal story. You don't mind if I tell a personal story about this shit? It's very short.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay. Back in college, right? I think I've alluded to this in an old video that I did around the time I talked about GDC. That I had a few buddies in college, right? I worked with them, right? So we try to get projects together. Like I said, they were pretty half baked at best, but at the time, let's just put it this way: I didn't have the knowledge and cynicism that I had till now, you know. But long story short, after around the time we started graduating, I thought, hey, maybe I'll work with some of these guys. Out of that group, I still only talk to one of them. And I don't talk to him as much, but he's a good guy. Everyone else threw me right under the bus. So I say this because of this. Because when you think you're working with somebody that you're in their group, if they think that you outlived your usefulness, they will throw your ass under the bus quickly. And you know what? It's a good thing they did. They disassociated themselves, because I wouldn't at this. If I stuck around with them, let's say they didn't do this, I give you 10-1, they'd fuck me. 10-1, they'd fuck me over the fucking coals. You don't deal with disloyal people in this industry or any industry.
Nope.
Because this shit happened, and it goes triple if you got the same afflictions that this guy had. Now, again, I say, now before this thing happened, I had completely no sympathy, but it stops. The fact that
It stops being ridiculous when someone dies.
It changes everything when this guy freaking kills himself. And that's what pissed me off about fucking Blowy. Congratulations, bitch! You got a body count. How's that feel?
As soon as this happened, she put her tweets into protected mode and seemingly made the appearance of nuking her account, which for me is a case of you're just trying to hide until the heat blows over. And I hope to make sure at every opportunity that I can that this heat does not blow over, because here's the thing. Now, when I've seen people bring this up, I've seen others saying, yes, it's sad that he died, but he was still an abuser. You don't have any proof or evidence of that. What you have are three people's testimonies. Is it am I ignoring the possibility? No. What I am saying is at this point I do not give a fuck anymore, because someone is dead. You don't undo that. The fact is, you are the poster child of what I feared was going to happen from day fucking one when it came to this Me Too shit. I knew that people were going to use it to get themselves over. I knew that people were going to use it to forge witch hunts to show their own feelings. And now because of that, somebody's committed suicide. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You know what? If he's an abuser, and if there is a hell, he will be punished if for that. But the key word was allegedly. It was never proven.
Yeah, this is the thing, and this is coming from the guy who's been a lot more devil's advocate on Me Too, Gamergate bullshit. All right? There has been good that's come out of it. There have been people who needed to get called out on this shit. But I fully agree with every single one in this call that this shit has gotten way out of control. And I said this to Mildred and the crew last night. You know, but this shit has gotten out of hand, and the meaning behind those hashtags has been lost because of people like Zoe Quinn, who have taken the idea of calling out people, and Zoe Quinn was one of the ones that got called out in the first fucking place, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
All things considered, she was the reason. She was the catalyst for Gamergate in the first fucking place.
Yeah, and you know what? This could spark Gamergate 2.0. Congratulations, Sargon, you got your wish.
There you go.
You know what? There's it's funny. I've been watching old WWF stuff. I mean, shocker, Matty J watching wrestling, of course. But
of course,
there's a particular clip. Let me find it. Just give me a sec.
Well, while you do that, I'm gonna say my piece here because
go for it.
Again, Me Too had a purpose and a good one at first. When it started, it was about calling out celebrities, people who were in positions of high power who had, and I stress, had been abusing it.
Mm-hmm.
And those people, fine, they needed to be called out. But now, this has crossed a very dangerous line.
Agreed. And let me add. You mind if I add to this Shades? Because I'm gonna press a button after I say my piece about this. When Harvey Weinstein was revealed to have completely abused the power and used the power of the casting couch.
All right, so Zoe Quinn.
Okay, go ahead.
Has a body count, right?
Yep.
When the other shoe falls and something happens to her and she loses and she goes, I'm sorry. This is going to be us.
Look at your little TV screen. Does Stone Cold accept your apology?
With the middle finger right in front of the camera too, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
Now
Anyway,
continue. Now continue my thing. When they went after Harvey Weinstein, I made a prediction. This would start a set of dominoes that's gonna fuck up Hollywood. Okay. Now the way I saw it was gonna happen was producer after producer after producer after producer is gonna get nailed. I'm talking about the Dan Schneiders, your powerful Hollywood executives, because you've heard of Corey Feldman. You've all heard what about the tale of Corey Feldman, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to go that way because those motherfuckers need to be exposed yesterday. Because I bet you 10-1 they're doing inappropriate shit to women. They were doing inappropriate shit to kids. Now, here's my theory about this whole Me Too thing. The reason that this happened, and you might not like what I'm about to say, Shades. The only reason this shit happened is because this was used to protect those sick producer freaks. Because they knew if Harvey went down and he named names, the dominoes would start to fall and Hollywood be in a heap load of trouble. It would have been. You could have saw the smoke from Utah. They did this shit to protect those fuckers, and then decide to use that excuse to go for a fucking witch hunt on anyone with a dick. Now, yes, some people did deserve to get nailed, like Kevin Spacey. But now you're going after Michael Jackson? Motherfucker!
No, you know what, Aaron? I'm with you. I'm not pissed off. I agree with you. There is conspiracies going on here and how they're pulling this shit. It is insane.
I'm not going to go all in on the conspiracy thing. Here's the vibe that I had gotten, and this ties into something that Roger Ebert said a long time ago after Columbine happened, where a reporter who clearly had an agenda asked him if he thought there was any correlation between violent films and real world violence. Spoiler: there isn't. His response was interesting. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, "I don't think that there is. If there is any correlation, it is with news stations like yours, because whenever something like this happens, you do wall-to-wall coverage You try and interview every single person in the neighborhood. You interview the entire neighborhood if you can, and somebody who might have a similar set of circumstances to the shooter, with all the attention, all the biographical detail you give on the shooter, says if I do the same thing, I can become famous. That was the thing I was afraid of when Me Too started getting traction. That bad actors were going to look at it and say, I can become famous if I become a victim. That is the thing I've always been extremely critical of with people who seem to view victimhood as a virtue, and that's why in the years since, I've started to see a Serbian film as a dark satire of victim culture.
Yeah.
A satire that maybe goes a little bit too far. Let's not get crazy here. But I'm not gonna. Let me put it like this: the only reason that I would force anybody to sit down and watch a Serbian film is as a punishment for a bet, kind of like what happened with Jack the Jobber when he had to watch it. I mean, I might do that if say I think the only time I ever did that was when was one coworker I had who was that kind of Cowboys fan, and I said
deserved.
If the Cowboys don't make it to the conference championship, you have to watch one film that I pick.
Oh, this could go sideways some.
Yeah.
I made him watch a Serbian film.
Anyway,
evil man.
Yeah. So anyway, you know what? In the light of this guy's tragic suicide, I've been waiting 2 years to push this button on Me Too.
Fuck you, I was right, 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 fuck you, I was right.
Because at this point, I'm like Dave Chappelle. Well, what did she do? You know? At this point, I'm like dull to the senses.
Yeah, I support legit victims, but the problem is that it's becoming harder and harder to find them because everyone is claiming to be one when it's clear they're not.
Yep.
Well, you know what?
What? This is yeah. Go ahead.
You guys probably remember what Dash had said when it came to everybody being special.
Oh yeah, if everyone's be special,
when everyone's special, no one is.
Yeah, but it gets. Fuck it, I'm just gonna say it gets worse.
Yeah, this doesn't even deserve the joke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because after first off, I'm not gonna show the tweets, but I saw hot take after hot take after hot take on the matter, and then there was the thing that GameFan brought to my attention earlier today, which he was kind enough to put on the quest board. This is coming to us from Games Nosh, who does pretty good work. So NeoGaf had uncovered that one of the users on Reset Era, Phantom Thief, who initially encouraged the hate directed at Alec Holokwa, then deleted their post when news of his death broke. He's a games journalist for Gaming Bolt and a mod for GameSpot.
Yeah.
And he linked the NeoGaf thread where this was put up. So, but there have been people who have been trying to bend over backwards to justify to argue that he got what he deserved.
Oh
and
yeah.
I'm gonna. I don't want to go into the full debate on the matter, but from a philosophical perspective, I have grown incredibly critical of the concept of deserve.
Yeah. It pissed me. And you know what even really pissed me off? Here's what happened. Let's see here. Just look at the council and put it on the screen. One of our former compatriots.
Oh yeah,
he's turned to the fucking dark side.
Dan, What the fuck are you doing? Dan, for those who don't know, even though he's gone and done his own thing, he was the person I commissioned for my original avatar. You know, that one with all the statues behind him.
Oh, that, yeah.
And
you stared at the abyss too long, Dan.
No, Dan and I have both stared into the abyss. The difference is he blinked. Also, I'm just gonna put this out there, but the whole standing in front of shadows. Hey Zio, I did it first, bitch.
Yeah. And one more thing before we move on to our soap operas. Check the council. Guess who's back to writing about this shit?
Oh,
our good friend Ethan Ralph. Our man Ethan Ralph.
The title alone just infuriates me.
Former nude model. Oh,
I think he was going full on sarcasm with this?
Yep.
He better be.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Come on, you know Ethan Ralph, he does not like Zoe Quinn at all.
All right, you know what? Fair enough. I'm gonna let him have this one then.
Yeah, this is definitely at his style.
In fact, it was him and Nora who started the hashtag Zoe body count. He started the hashtag.
Yeah, he's going screw optics, go in, subscribe to PewDiePie, embrace infamy. Yeah, Ethan was being Ethan.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm not familiar with as many people as you guys are. Obviously, you guys know better.
I know Ethan. He's a really good dude.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, now that I see this for what it is, like, okay, this is funny.
Besides, I haven't had him on the show, but I have had some of his coworkers and his wife on the show in the past.
Yeah.
And well, if they ever feel like coming back and joining the insanity, the door is open. Remember, open bar. But
yep.
With that said, I think we need some laughs.
Yep.
Oh yes.
And the dude just that. It's time for the soap operas, and we have a debut.
Yes, because here's the thing, folks. Up until this point, we started out with one, then we expanded to two, then we expanded to the Unholy Trinity. But now we do not have an Unholy Trinity, we have an Unholy Quartet. And we're starting out.
Oh boy!
And I have to thank Shades for doing this kind of last minute. It is time to open up with One Life 2K.
2K.
That was a good one.
Yep.
Nicely done, Aaron. Nicely done. Compliments the graphic perfectly.
Perfect.
Welcome to Hell, 2K. We've kept the seat warm for you. So, I have been
waiting. Congratulations, 2K. You have joined the daytime block. Congratulations.
I have been waiting for years to take a shit on 2K. Now, the WWE games are okay.
Don't forget GTA.
And GTA is awesome.
Yeah, like
2K, not so fucking much.
Yeah. So, by the way, before we begin this, I think before we begin every One Life 2K segment, I say we say a chant, and that chant goes in the form of "Fuck Zelnick."
I'm not doing that every single. I'll probably have that be the equivalent of "fuck you, Spanos."
Yeah, fuck you, Zelnick has a better. There you go. That's got a better rank to it.
Yeah,
after all, anytime I bring up Macross, I am contractually obligated to say "fuck you, Harmony Gold."
Yeah. So remember, every time we have One Life 2K, we will start off with a hearty "fuck you, Zelnick."
Fuck you, Zelnick.
If we have to, we will expand into other languages.
Mange la marde, Zelnick. There's French. Oh, French Canadian, but close enough.
Yeah. So anyway,
so let's start off with the surprise mechanic.
Surprise mechanic.
So NBA 2K20 looks like they're doing the microtransaction shit, but with the My Team mode, they decided to show off with the usual people having joy over unboxing. You've seen loot box unboxing videos at least once.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Stupid.
But they decided, in order to present it as fun, to show a trailer as a fucking slot machine. And wouldn't you know it, the video's been privated.
Yeah, the European version. I think the American one's still out there. But no, not just a slot machine. A slot machine, a roulette wheel, and a fucking pachinko machine.
Oh my god, you know. You're really not helping your microtransaction case right now.
Well, remember, this is the same company that begged their fan base to write to the Belgian government to try and get them to undo it. But if anybody's got a link to the American version of that video, let me know, because the version that I have in front of me is privated.
Give me a minute.
By the way, Zeltrax, yeah, basketball Plinko.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now, but wait. Because here's what they really did. Now, fair being fair, the slot machine, the pachinko machine, and the roulette wheel do not actually, in and of themselves, cost any real money to play. There's a lot of complicated mechanics behind that, but that's not the point. There are two problems. I know. Yeah, press X all you want on this one, and I agree. But there are two other problems with this that still make it complete and absolute bullshit. Number one is the fact, oh crap, I just got distracted there. My wife's trying to message me. Give me a sec. Number one is the fact that they exist at all. They made this more prominent than the actual gameplay of NBA. The slot machine, the pachinko machine, and the roulette wheel were more important to show than a fucking basketball in a fucking basketball game.
Yeah. By the way, TGF stated that, the American version of the trailer is still up.
All right.
Because I want to see what the ratio, because the article I have in front of me says that the like to dislike ratio for that video that got privated, 74 likes, 1.7 thousand dislikes.
Whoa.
Which means I need to get yelled at by the Buffer family again.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's get ready to ratio.
Yeah.
You know what? It's Labor Day. People are still downstairs. Oh, let's get ready to ratio.
He's so hard he broke his mic.
You done bust up your mic.
Wait, who? What now?
I think you killed your mic.
No,
I killed my mic.
It sounded fine to me. Anyway, the other problem, and the one that really pisses me off, is that somehow, I still don't know how, this game, which features even simulated gambling, even if it's not using real money, doubt that all you want, was rated in America as E for everyone, and even more infuriatingly, in Europe, Peggy 3.
This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
God damn it, 2K!
Yo, killing me with this. I
God damn it, 2K!
Robert.
Fuck it, I'm going for it.
Nope, not
You
no.
just pressed-
No, we're saving that. We're saving that. But here's
You
the
know
thing.
what? Because
Okay, but bullshit.
Mhm.
Yeah, bullshit they call. Now, to put that in perspective, of how stupid this is.
God damn it! Now I gotta call my buddy from work. See if she got any high school friends that can help me.
Oh, God damn it. Anyway, to put this in perspective of how stupid this is, in Pokemon Red and Blue, they have a section in their game corner where you can use a slot machine to gain an in-game coin. Now,
I
obviously,
remember
this is
that very, very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Yep.
it's just a in-game slot machine. Obviously, this is back in 1999. There was
I'll do you one better. Dragon Quest XI had that casino side quest. In fact, most of the Dragon Quest games did. Here's the difference.
Here's the point I'm trying to make here. I'm making a point with this. That game, Pokemon Red and Blue, got Peggy 12 strictly because of that slot machine.
Oh,
This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. Yo, killing me with this.
Oh, God.
Robert.
Someone give R. Kelly a sex doll to piss on.
Here's the problem. See, your law breaking 2K is forcing me to break the damn law to calm R. Kelly down. You freaking idiot!
You fucking numpty!
Where's my liquor?
I'm gonna end up in jail trying to calm this guy down.
But wait, there's more.
Uh-oh.
God
Gets
damn it.
better.
Yeah, it does. Oh, it does. Because I know where this is going.
Yep.
Oh, for the love of piss.
Now I think where you were going with that is the fact that, because now it is time to talk. It is time to talk about Peggy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And
Simply put, Peggy. To put it simply, Peggy is the European version of the ESRB. They're the ones that determine game ratings. And as I mentioned, they gave this game Peggy 3, which means for children 3 and up.
Yeah. Now, under this
ball.
What's up?
He's calling bull.
Just
But
saying bullshit.
yeah.
Oh,
now,
definitely.
Peggy.
Bullshit.
Yeah, definitely. Now, needless to say, a lot of people weren't exactly were agreeing with. A lot of people agreed with us and were calling bullshit on Peggy.
Yeah, people weren't exactly what would you call thrilled about the rating.
Yeah. So, as the monk is about to explain, Peggy was forced to respond.
And
let's read the entire thing because I want to see not just the statement that Peggy made.
With the recent controversy over NBA 2K20's casino trailer,
skip a few.
Oh. I'm gonna stop that accent because it sounds like I'm trying to be some bastard combination of.
Now, I tell you what, you want the douche voice? I can bring the douche voice.
Yeah,
You know what?
do the
Yeah,
douche
start-
voice.
Yeah,
do it.
yeah. I'll tell you what, Shades. You start at where it says their statement where I think it says the trailer includes imagery or some shit. Okay, here we go.
Okay, near the end. Okay. The trailer includes imagery that is generally known from casinos, Wheel of Fortune, slot machines. Using this sort of mechanic to select an item or character or action by chance is not the same as teaching how to gamble for money in a casino. These differences currently prevent us from applying the gambling descriptor. But we are very aware that it may get too close to comfort for some people. And that is a part of an internal discussion that Peggy is having for the moment. The games industry is evolving constantly and rapidly in recent years. As a rating organization, we need to ensure that these developments are reflected in our classification criteria. We do not base our decisions on the content of a single trailer, but we will properly assess how the rating system and the video game industry in general should address these concerns.
Fucking rise!
Yeah.
I was just about to suggest that.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Where's my liquor?
Fucking fool!
And I got another button to press once this is done. All I'm gonna say is, Monk, you know what to prep.
I know.
I'll hit the button. You know what comes after.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Shades, your douche voice caused a scold.
Yep.
I am proud of my work.
Sound the yellow horn.
But my friends, this isn't just a rise. Because think about this. We have Peggy saying that about 2K's decision. You know what that means, right?
Yep. Two men enter, one man gets a first round draft pick.
Peggy Jesus Christ. Peggy versus 2K games. That's a fucking tank ball right there. That's a heavyweight tank ball.
Yep. But that wasn't the only end of the 2K family that decided to be a fucking idiot this week. Because Alexa, play Phil Collins. It's time we talk about Gearbox.
Oh no! Oh no! Hold on. And by the way, it ain't Phil Collins. It's the police. Wait a minute. Are we talking about Pitchford again?
Yep.
Not yet, but we'll get to that.
You know what? I can't play the music that yet.
Because
question, Phil Collins, which song?
He was thinking the police.
Yeah, I was thinking the police, and I fucked up.
Roxanne?
No, the one that normally plays for
every breath you
Pitchford.
take. Yeah. We're not there yet.
Also, Bunk, I did it for Aaron. Got to do it to you.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to talk about Gearbox.
Shameful display!
That was for you.
Yep. Because
Oh,
and I would have put this in the regular news if I didn't have this. Okay, first off,
it's
we
Fig,
have
so it
Fig.
deserves to be in the geeks.
Now,
so you know what? Drink.
I know some people are going to look at Fig and say, "What's wrong with Fig? It's just another crowdfunding thing, and you promote Kickstarter every week." Fig is not the same thing because they want to have people invest in the game instead of just pledging money. And there was a video that was done by one of my dear friends, Dangerous Analysis, several years ago when Fig was just announced, and he outright stated, based on his background and based on how the deal is set up, that Fig is a bad deal when it comes to trying to have regular mom and pop people be quote unquote investors in a project.
It's basically Kickstarter crowdfunding for jagoffs.
Well, in his mind, it came dangerously close to a pyramid scheme.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. How about that?
And
Amway for gaming.
What I find interesting is a $1 goal. But here's the thing. Now,
Wait, did you see a $1 goal?
Yeah, $1 goal. I'm not lying. I'm looking
Just
at
drink
it. Right
for that. Drink for that alone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
A $1 goal is now. The question that I have to ask is, with all the money that you got selling, bending over and taking up the ass from Sweeney, why the fuck do you need to kickstart this?
And they put it in Fig because they don't want to. They don't want to mess around with the fucking unwashed. Yeah.
No,
Look, at
this
least-
is like, why would there? Could it be Satan?
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I love Homeworld. You guys know that I love me some good RTS.
Dude, Homeworld is one of the best RTS space combat games that's ever been produced, if not the best.
Apparently the reason why is they have a partnership with Fig, but again, why would you need that? Why couldn't you fund this in-house, Gearbox? I was able to somewhat understand Star Citizen needing to go through Kickstarter because, well, ambitious project. They want to maintain independence, and I'm gonna quash it there because I don't want to get into the Star Citizen debate for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, because Gearbox. Yeah.
I'll just
Gearbox
tell
is
you this:
just a dumpster
calling Star Citizen ambitious is a gross understatement of what exactly they're trying to achieve.
That's true. Moving the rail, continuing on. The issue that I have is Gearbox is not some random ass indie company. I was even willing to forgive Serlin for using Fig when it came to Fantasy Strike because he had a very ambitious idea that was something that was going to be a hard sell, and Fig was relatively new at the time. Eventually, he moved over to just being Steam Early Access, and that was when I started promoting the game.
Yeah.
Hey guys, real quick. I'll be right back before we reach the main event. Give me I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Now, the pitch itself is pretty standard fare stuff. Although I do have to raise my eyebrow at a $1,000 tier that already has 19 people.
We're not Amway. We're not Amway.
Press X.
Oh, definitely.
And it's like, again, why do you need? Why couldn't you just do the traditional publisher route, Gearbox? Why do you need to go for crowdfunding?
Well, it depends. It depends because that studio is led by a fucking moron.
I repeat what I said. Why do you need crowdfunding? You're already in pre-production. I'm not going to say scam. What I am going to say is really, really, really bad optics.
Well, but you know what?
But
our old friend Bichard isn't familiar with is familiar with bad optics.
Maybe he's hoping he can magic this away and I'll forget. Here's the thing. I'm gonna put this out right now. I will bet you guys $15 or a drink that he is going to piss off the community by announcing Epic Store exclusive.
Yeah, I would not doubt it because it's fucking Randy Bitchford.
And unfortunately,
you expect me to bet against you on that one?
Unfortunately, I think if I rewind the stream, I can find the exact moment where Leos's heart rips in half. Because it says,
right there.
It was funny. We made that exact joke earlier.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Now I have a theory on why, why Gearbox did this. If we took a look at the next article.
Oh yeah, because now we've got Bitchford being accused of contempt in court.
Now it's time to play the music.
Yes.
Play the music.
Yeah. You really fucked up this time, Bitchford, did you? Idiots.
Homer says he's got breaking news.
What?
Okay.
What?
If you got. Okay. What?
Put it in the Discord.
We got breaking news.
I see. He just DM'd me it to me, and he said that, and all it was is just on Sony talking about Persona exclusivity being important to them. That's not. I see where you're coming from on that, Homer, but unfortunately, that's just not spicy enough.
Yeah, there's a wait and see. Yeah. Anyway, back to Bitchford.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get to the good shit.
So, this is apparently GameStop has reported that Wade Callender, former executive counsel for Gearbox, filed a motion on August 27th in Dallas County District Court, requesting sanctions and contempt against Gearbox. The motion was also alleged discovery abuse and failure to produce court-ordered documents.
Ooh, drink for foolishness.
Drink for that.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's see. GameSpot also quoted but did not link to the motion, where it claims documents are being hidden by Pitchford and his lawyers. Quote, Callender believes he can prove Gearbox and their lawyers continue to violate this court's order and hide documents. Enough is enough, and Gearbox need to be held in contempt and sanctioned for this behavior.
I wouldn't doubt if Bitchford's doing this shit.
After what we've seen recently, yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you on that one.
This is a Bitchford move, definitely.
It also makes comments about that USB stick that apparently contained corporate documents and pornography left at a medieval times restaurant, as well as comments made by Pitchford. In response to, is the USB stick falling out or has the internet moved on now? Pitchford replied, internet is fine. All they care about is my next video game is good or not. It comes as no surprise that Gearbox did not want to disclose this very telling document.
I don't think anyone gives a crap. I don't think anyone gives a crap if their game is good or not. But the only problem is, it's just Bitchford is just a steaming pile of whale shit.
Now, apparently, the day before the filing, Dallas County's Fifth Court of Appeals denied Gearbox's request for relief. Now, Gearbox's claim was that trial court abused its discretion by overruling numerous objections to requests for production of documents and compelling production of certain documents. However, the appellate court disagreed, stating that Gearbox had not shown they are entitled to the relief requested.
A relief?
I think, yeah, they tried to do a relief request, which you may have shown your hand a little bit early. It was. I think it was a case of them trying to do the out of court tactic. Problem is, you're dealing with somebody who wants blood. That's not negotiable.
Yeah. At that point, you're about prepare for the end, because
it's a case of get the checkbook ready. You're gonna need it.
Yep.
Yeah, this idiot's pulling up. Yeah, Bitchford's probably taking legal advice from Mark Wade.
Now we do have a bit of a small. We don't have a full quartet this week. We don't have anything from the egregious assholes. They didn't do anything spicy enough to get my attention.
Yeah, but Activision fucked up.
I do have some things that are making me laugh at Blizzard continually, and so it is time to return to the asshats of Activision.
Activision sucks.
So
well,
this one isn't a complete.
You know what? Let me bring this one in, okay? Imagine you created an MMORPG. Yeah, it's an old one, but it's still a good one. Imagine it's like a club. You have a hard time getting into said club because the line is too long.
Yep. Because
that's what happened to Mark Kern.
And he's probably laughing at Blizzard continually. Well, he's either laughing at Blizzard or face planting at Toshi breaking his damn mechs. Because I'm not sure if you were here, Zeltrax, when I shared that thing, but for Mark Kern's project Ember, he did a 100 player stress test for his Omniframes, basically his mechs, and all was going relatively. There were some hiccups, but keep in mind this thing isn't even in alpha yet. But then there was this thing, which I am thanks to Toshi Tien, thanks to Alejandro Argandora. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'm just going to call you Toshi. But I want you to see this particular glitch that is a genuinely hilarious bit of glitchery.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm going to put it in the council for you.
Okay.
All right.
Everybody else is able to see it.
I still get a chuckle out of that.
You went so fast, you broke both of your knees.
Oh God! What happened to his knees?
What the fuck happened to his knees?
Hey, he's still got better knees than Rey Mysterio.
Very true.
Give me your
Very
ankles.
Oh God.
And, although I do have to agree with BO8. He said keep it. I'm just saying. I think we need some kind of mod on a mech so that instead of dashing, we just have Sonic legs.
Yeah, really.
And yet this thing isn't even in alpha yet, and already it has better flying than Anthem. How does that work?
Yep. Yeah.
How the fuck does that work?
Maybe because you didn't have a bunch of overworked people working on your game, and not only that, they're not working on a specific deadline. And 3, your team lead is probably 10 times as competent as the average developer from BioWare.
Well, more importantly, he has a specific vision that he's going with on this project. But
exactly.
We have to talk about I normally wouldn't bring this in the unholy trinity category because it's not a fail, but the player queues are getting ridiculous in WoW Classic. Look at this fucking line just to get a quest from an NPC. And remember, 1 year ago they had said that nobody wants Classic.
Well, guess what? Everyone seems to want Classic so much they're waiting in the line to kill you.
Yeah, and apparently there's issues when it comes to wait times just getting in the game. As in some bad cases you might have to wait for more than an hour. Or is this known
I just like how it's funny because I think they say, wait a minute, we're killing all these guys. The funny thing is that it's just so funny that they all got into a fucking single file line and took a picture. It's like, hey, let's make it funny. Let's just everybody, let's get into a single file line and screenshot this.
You know, I could see people being pissed off about queue lines that that a bunch of people would genuinely do it, just to give a giant middle finger. But
I thought the DMV was bad.
But yeah, what I was about to say is that in other parlances, the hour-long queue time would be known as waiting on a restaurant reservation.
Oh yeah.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. It'll be 5 minutes for a table.
Yeah. And by the way, when I said when I say 5
Stop
minutes,
if you heard
we mean
this before.
5
It'll be
hours.
half an hour before a table.
Yeah.
I remember one restaurant got real pissed at me because when they said that I was looking at them menacingly while openly holding a stopwatch. Because of course I would bring props just to fuck with someone. And of course I'd bring it up eventually, and you said 25 minutes for a table, huh? What does that say?
Nope. Yeah. Like I said, be honest. Just say it's 5 hours for a table.
And Rick is saying, I thought the traffic at Atlanta was bad. No, you're right. It is bad. And it's like, wait, it's still worse.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's worse in Chicago.
It's bad in Montreal. It's bad in Ottawa. It is shit in Toronto. Oh yeah.
But of course, LA has to take the crown.
I mean, of course.
My whole life, I had heard horror stories about LA drivers. A few years ago when I was at E3, and I finally got to see LA driving for myself, I had to write an apology to everybody I doubted on the matter because they were all underselling it.
It was a lot worse.
When you're seeing people get right in the middle of the intersection before the light has changed, and I'm screaming in my head, "Get out of the way! You're gonna cause an accident." Because you know how some people will push the line when they're gonna turn at an intersection. Some people were pushing it so far they weren't pushing it; they were right in the middle of traffic.
Oh God!
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm thinking, how are you going to explain this to your insurance agent?
No wonder the insurance premiums are so high in California.
But admittedly, this was a minor knock on Activision, but I felt I had to do it. But then we ended up getting something a little bit spicier from the original one. Ladies and gentlemen, the bold and the bitch
flagship. Welcome to the flagship. Our flagship series.
That's right, The Bold and the Bitch Thesda. Starring Todd Howard. And featuring
as the
Todd
Hobbit.
Howard. Guest starring Todd Howard. Directed by Todd Howard.
Todd Howard.
And produced by Tommy Wiseau.
Todd Howard's brother's
cousin's roommate.
Former roommate.
Oh boy, someone's making excuses.
Yep. So I'm gonna put this out here right now. If you want to play a modern Wolfenstein, go with the Old Blood or the New Order. Anything after that, I consider non-canon.
Yeah.
The New Colossus was shit. And Youngblood was an attempt to try and have a looter-shooter with no loot.
But you think, okay, we fucked. You think some of the does it? Okay, yeah, we fucked up. We take ownership. Nope. They blame the Nazis.
Yep. So, senior game director Andreas Ogenfers, who worked on Youngblood, had made a quote to PC Games Insiders when they spoke with him at Gamescom this year, saying, quote, "It's incredibly weird and disappointing. We never meant for our stories to be relevant. We wanted to tell great, interesting stories to the best of our abilities." You had an ad literally about punching Nazis. Don't even try with that. Nope. Do not come at me with that weak shit. But then when we started to talk about Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus, we started to get comments online about the theme of the game, fighting the Nazis. Somehow, some people felt that was problematic, which is just extremely disappointing. We've seen an increase of right-wing extremism in the Western world. We've seen that online to a great degree. Right-wing extremists are great at affecting the online debate. And of course, maybe they abused this to whip up some anger when we were making Wolfenstein 2. Here's the reason I don't buy that for a minute. You remember when there was that whole thing when Richard Spencer got punched and the argument was it's okay to punch him because he's a Nazi? They used that exact clip in one of their ads. So I am sorry, but when you do that, you cannot all of a sudden whine about people claiming that you're being problematic because punching Nazis. No, the reason people got on your case was because you were being propagandists. You were did not realize that you were supposed to be doing kitsch and doing humor.
Yeah, which was pretty much how some of the first few Wolfenstein games were. It was pure kitchen humor.
Mm-hmm. And the New Order and the Old Blood certainly do that. Although the Old Blood is more film noir-esque, I'd argue. And it is an interesting affair. But moreover than that, you made a bad game. Take the L.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Like even Racevic, who's usually kinder to these kind of games, was not kind to the new Colossus, and especially was not kind to the fact that you really abused the officer mechanic. That, and you decided to put one of the worst mini games he's ever seen. And he's had to suffer through Andromeda. So I'd say he knows a thing or two about that, even though he claims that he wasn't tortured by the game. I don't quite agree, but I respect his stance. Racevic's a good guy.
I think he's just saying that to preserve his pride, which I can't really blame him for that.
Plus going hyperbolic is not his review style.
Yeah.
If you've seen any of his years later videos, which I highly recommend, you'll see that's not the case. But then we ended up getting something else that made me really press X on Bethesda. They're claiming that the Switch is not powerful enough for Elder Scrolls Online.
Really?
Hit the bullshit button.
The Witcher 3, even though it has some frame rate issues from what I've been hearing, is on the Switch.
Yeah. So it's not just a doubt.
Bullshit!
The way people are reading this is it's less of that, and it's more of you do not know how to optimize the creation engine to make it as such. And the thing is, it's not like the Switch is some impossible to program thing. We're not talking about the early days of the PS3, where it actually was hard to program for a lot of people because of how much it changed. The Switch is very malleable, and they've been very generous about handing dev kits to people, which is one of the reasons why porting to Switch has been so easy. I'd say it's a hell of a lot easier to port to the Switch than it was for the last couple generations of Nintendo consoles.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure if anybody's done a deep dive into the problems with the Wii U, but I do remember hearing some stories that it was not easy to program for, especially if you did not have the right engine. Sonic Boom.
Oh.
Yeah, if you haven't watched Matt McMuscle's video on the matter, here's the short version. Sonic Boom was going to be using CryEngine. But for whatever reason, Sega decided at the last second that you need to make this a Wii U exclusive.
Oops.
CryEngine is not built for the Wii U.
Nope.
Now, if you're going with this idea that because of the amount of people that are going to be playing an MMO and that kind of thing, that's an issue. That's an issue with networking, not with the hardware itself.
Yeah.
Now, yes, an MMO is somewhat demanding. But this idea that it's too big for the Switch Have you seen what the full map looks like in The Witcher 3?
Yeah.
The other big problem is, of course, the fact that because a lot of the creation engine likes to constantly autosave way too much, leading to the hanging problem. The vibe that I get out of this, and they're saying that the only way it would work is if there was some sort of streaming service on Switch.
Bullshit.
No. Look, we talked about this before when we buried the Stadia last month. A streaming service is not going to make something easier to run, and that's part of the reason why I think that the cloud-based gaming thing is still 10 years too early.
Yeah, and if anybody's going to come up with that, it ain't going to be Google. And even if it could be the best thing in the world, but the problem is, who's going to trust Google's products?
They haven't built up enough rapport, and well, I think I still have that. I think I still have that 99-cent coupon regarding Google Play. I still have not used it. And so, sorry for the bit of distraction. I ended up getting a update about Relics: A Game of Angels, something we covered in the past that I contributed to. They were just demonstrating that their art team is hard at work on the thing. But now it's time for the main event, and oh boy, we got a doozy that I kind of teased a few weeks ago.
Ooh.
So, Kunthogen, play us in.
That gets me every fucking time. I don't know why.
All right, be back in a second. I gotta.
So, we had talked about this a little while ago, and I had informed Lady K about this, but it's time we return to our favorite IP lawyer, Frylock. Some of you may recall that several weeks ago, I had talked about a person who was making these one-stop stat blocks for D&D. And Wizards decided to try and pick a fight with him, despite the fact that you're picking a fight with a copyright lawyer and who specializes in intellectual property and has represented game companies in the past. And he said that he was going to make a multi-part thing discussing how their claim of the text being inherently copyrightable is complete bullshit. And lo and behold, here we are. So he said he starts out by he opens by giving a background about what happened and saying WotC has a history of taking advantage of gamers' ignorance of contract and intellectual property law and lack of wealth when making similar demands, thus harming the gaming community and industry, so it's time those issues are addressed. Most of the following arguments apply to any role-playing game produced by any game designer. This is the first of 3 posts I'm going to put out as quickly as possible. They're entitled Copyrightability of Stat Blocks, Copyrightability of Spell Descriptions, the damage done to the gaming community and industry by the otherwise ineffectual open gaming license. And of course, the obvious thing, this is not legal advice, this has not been endorsed by WotC, I do not work for WotC, so on. Alright, he opens up with the fact that stat blocks are difficult to copyright. And then goes functional versus creative. Opening with Shadow of the Demon Lord is a fantastic game, which it is, that in his opinion has an interesting initiative system. But But he then goes on to say that because the initiative system, a formula or process, is considered functional, protectable in theory only under patent law. The initiative system would almost certainly not be eligible for a patent, which means that third parties should feel free to adapt that to any of their games. If it's the information for doing so, the third party may want to give credit but is not legally required to do so and should not feel the slightest bit of shame to incorporate it in those games. No one could own that system, and more importantly, no one should own it. That would be bad for the community in particular and society as a whole. On the other hand, some material is considered creative, meaning that it's original idea expressed by the author. To earn a copyright, creative work must not only be original, but it must have a modicum of creativity, i.e. a minimum level. A stick figure is creative, but not nearly creative enough to rise to the level of copyrightability. That said, the requirement for originality is quite low, and there's no strict line drawn by the courts. Each is handled by a case-by-case basis. Let's see. Then we have a bit of the difference between copyright holders and the public interest, and the sweat of the brow thing, referencing a Supreme Court ruling in 1991 that shot down the notion that a collection of uncopyrightable material somehow transforms into a copyrighted work, which was obviously a good move. Let's see, and we have
this is a long one here.
Yeah, and then he goes, although why would somebody consider a phone book copyrightable?
How is that? Yep. A phone book copy. Drink.
Yellow Pages as a branding is technically copyrightable. It's been copyrighted, but the phone book itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Freak's the right button. Press X.
Oh yeah. I think in this case, he's basically trying to prove WotC is just. Yeah. They're just being ridiculous.
Well, the reason why he brings up the phone book is because, and the sweat of brow case in 1991, is because he's trying to establish that creating a collection of uncopyrightable material does not suddenly make that collection copyrightable. That's what I think he's going with on this. Because each stat blocks are independent of one another, even if they appear within the same book. Much like someone's phone number in a phone book tells the reader nothing about someone else's phone number in that same book. A dragon stat block tells the reader nothing about a vampire stat block. If they couldn't use the dragon stat block without also referencing the vampire stat block and vice versa, then each of those would be analogous to words forming a complete sentence, and the reader would have to perform the copyrightability analysis on both of them at the same time. The dragon stat block is self-contained, showing the reader exactly how it fits in the game system, so its copyrightable should be addressed individually. Each stat block stands on its own. And he goes, game rules aren't copyrightable, so in the context of the prior discussion, game rules can be considered facts. On the other hand, the specific expression of a game rule can be copyrighted if it's sufficiently creative. There's no clear test for whether a work is sufficiently creative. For example, it's not creative to call a spell fly because it allows a character to fly, but the paragraphs representing a complex discussion of flying rules could be copyrighted. Moreover, if there is a discussion of how a spellcaster must act in order to cast a spell, i.e. somatic gestures, specific words that must be said aloud, or how the magic manifests itself in sight or sound, i.e. magic runes appear in the air before you, then those elements of flavorful description, i.e. fluff, could be deemed creative as specifically expressed. If copied word for word, if it's not exact but is substantially similar, there could be copyright infringement in the specific expression. Single words also are not copyrightable, as no single word, however fanciful, rises to the minimum level of creativity necessary to warrant protection. Which is probably the reason why Tim Langdell decided to trademark Edge instead of copyright it. Since trademark law is a completely different affair. This is why when answering the question, is it creative, it's insufficient. One must then ask, but is it creative enough? And that I can definitely see, because I remember when Leonard French, you remember when there was the whole thing between Harmony Gold and both Piranha Game Studios and Harebrained Schemes over some of the unseen mechs that they were, some of the unseen / reseen mechs that they were using. Leonard French did a video on the matter, and he said that it was going to be up to a jury whether or not the designs from Piranha and Harebrained Games and the original designs owned by Harmony Gold were different enough, or rather similar enough. Now, it then goes on that trademark protects single words, but that's reasonable because that's a different kind of protection. For example, Dungeons & Dragons is a registered trademark of Wizards of the Coast. Fuck the WotC.
Yes.
Writing out that phrase here isn't infringement, because this post being commentary falling under fair use, it's clear from the context that its use isn't to suggest that WotC is endorsing this post. If the viewer, listener, or reader is fully aware that WotC doesn't endorse its a use of its trademark, then a third party may reference Dungeons & Dragons even for commercial purposes. See, ergo, beer commercials that ridicule their competitors. Printing the standard disclaimer helps prevent such confusion. If using their artistic logos, it's much harder to claim the public wouldn't be confused, so they shouldn't be used on third-party work without permission. Fantasy themes also aren't copyrightable to him, especially since, well, some of them are so old they predate the concept. For a dwarf that mirrors the dwarves of Norse mythology isn't copyrightable. It's so old that it must be in the public domain. This is also the reason why, no matter how much they try, Marvel cannot put out a copyright for Thor. You can put out the copyright that they have is if you have a character named Thor who has blonde hair, because the original mythological figure doesn't. In copyright terms, the traits and abilities of mythological dwarves could be called stock. So even if an author gives one of those basic powers to an elf instead, that's still not creative enough to say the author has created their own type of elf. Stock characters aren't protected by copyright. Aren't protectable, nor are their abilities, ergo flying, but even non-stock abilities aren't protectable if they represent how a game is played. He goes into a bit of fair use and how that's a bit of a can of worms. Then we have a thing on copyright misuse and how that is a hard concept. Let's see. Then we have the whole thing with the stat blocks, saying it's indisputable that stat blocks are at least partly functional. They describe how a creature fits mechanically into the framework of the game system in a way that's intuitive. If the structure were artistic, it wouldn't even be readable. By forbidding republication of a stat block, WotC is leveraging their creative work to essentially protect game rules, fantasy themes, and principles of human psychology, effectively extending their copyright into uncopyrightable elements. That is the definition of copyright abuse. Then he gives an example of one of his stat blocks, this time the Cyclops, with many similarities with the one appearing in the Monster Manual. Now, of course, we have the obvious part. A Cyclops is a one-eyed giant that was first introduced in the Odyssey, based on prior oral tradition. And since it's based on oral tradition, there is no real legitimate origin point that you can go with, just a guess. So the idea of a Cyclops is clearly in the public domain, which explains why WotC hasn't sued Warner Brothers, among others, for including them in the movie Clash of the Titans or Wrath of the Titans. Most of the mechanical elements of the stat block, size, creature type, alignment, ability scores, the poor depth perception trait, its high strength and low intelligence all reflect the nature of this creature as it appears in Greek and Roman mythology. With respect to, for example, the trait poor depth perception, it would be creative to give the Cyclops exceptional depth perception, but WotC didn't do that, probably because players want to face the mythological equivalent to a Cyclops. I know I would. I'd like to blind Polyphemus. And say, I didn't do it, nobody did it. Canacoke, whoever gets the reference. This is one of the this is one of the reasons that WotC is limited into how creative it can be, practically speaking. It's intentionally marketing a game where players can fight with creatures from literature and ancient legend, which are creatures that WotC can't own. Granted, they created some of their own creatures, but frost giants and fire-breathing dragons are the real draw. Even the CR, challenge rating, which at first blush appears to be a completely arbitrary choice, roughly reflects the power level expected for a standard Cyclops based on its mythological legend. But varying
Did you
that
just say
CR...
challenge? Yeah. Did you just say challenge reading?
Challenge rating.
Challenge rating?
Yeah, CR.
Challenge rating!
Yeah. It's home of challenge rating!
But varying that CR isn't creative anyway. It's just a means to allow characters of different levels to face the same creature as provided in the game mechanic. What does the presence of the action rock say about Cyclopses? It says they tend to keep boulders around for throwing at enemies. Hello, Matt. No, you're not a Cyclops. Besides being an intuitive and logical assumption about a Cyclops, there's also a part of the culture that's presented in the Odyssey, so no one owns that cultural element. The Cyclops is also given a great club as a weapon, which does bludgeoning damage, but as Cyclopses are known as talented weaponsmiths, there's no weapon that a Cyclops could wield that could be considered a creative choice. Cyclopses wield all of them, including exotic ones not commonly used by Greek and Roman soldiers. Moreover, in 5th edition, it wouldn't even matter. It would just be a change in formula, which, as we stated, the formula itself is not copyrightable. What about synonyms? Is there an acceptable synonym for neutral? In this context, neutral and he goes into the whole law chaos thing, and that's not either, because it's just a word. Words alone aren't copyrightable. Only words in context are. Same with hit points. The term hit points, to borrow from trademark law, is suggestive of health rather than a direct identifier of health. By itself, it may not be creative enough to justify a copyright, but it is creative philosophically speaking. Same with armor class. But again, we go back to this whole thing of suggestive is not equivalent to actually copyrightable. As alignment, he brings up, what if non-aligned was used? And if you go by that route, wouldn't be actionable either, because eventually the language is going to run out of words to describe the idea.
Oh yeah. So I'm trying to cut through all this legalese here, but so basically, WotC, they're just throwing darts. They're just throwing darts on the board, see what they can get.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to throw darts to see who they can fuck with.
And this is not a new occurrence for Wizards of the Coast. And it's kind of odd it's kind of amusing to me that they would do this, because TSR, especially in the 90s, was notorious under the Lorraine Williams era for going after people putting out custom rules on the internet.
Oh, so basically they're basically repeating the same old shit TSR did back then.
And
oof.
That was one of the, because of the fact that TSR kept suing everybody, that was one of the multitude of reasons why they went out of business. The other reason being, well, Lorraine Williams being a complete raging bitch that nobody liked. And I've checked, I cannot find one person who liked Lorraine Williams during her tenure. I think the fact that she tried to see if she could phase out D&D when it was at the height of popularity in the late 80s is clue enough as to what people thought of her. That and the whole Buck Rogers thing, which isn't a bad game, but who's going to care about Buck Rogers in 1988?
Yeah, not many.
But it's not impossible to create stat blocks that are protectable under copyright. A creative stat block could be protectable. A sufficiently complex content could express a backstory, biology, culture, ecology, personality, etc., and that deviates from established literature or mythology. For example, frost giants and dark elves aren't copyrightable. But he goes, let's say a game designer writes a stat block of a frost giant that includes the following characteristic. Due to their allegiance with dark elves, within 60 feet of a dark elf, the frost giant is immune to fear effects. That implies something beyond the mechanics of the game. And so that could be copyrightable. But they would have to contain content that very few, if any, contain. And even the whole complex stat block thing, that would be difficult to copyright as well. And he goes that single words aren't copyrightable, but a group of words are. Even there's no hard and fast rule. He then goes into the whole thing of spells and spell-like abilities. However, spell descriptions will be subject to a later thing. And then we get to the bottom line, going. And this is one thing I want to read word for word because it kind of goes into the coda of this. If stat blocks don't go beyond the traditional description of the traits of a mythological creature, or how those traits are expressed properly within the context of 5th edition mechanics, then the game designers have no right, nor should they, to forbid them from being republished by a third party. Drawing that line can be difficult, but even if there is an arbitrary choice being made in a stat block, it may be safe to republish, as that choice must represent a modicum of creativity to warrant protection. A stick figure is creative in nature and thus copyrightable subject matter. But most of them aren't creative enough in practice to warrant a copyright. Some are. For the vast majority of stat blocks, the analysis is easy, and you should be able to republish them. Just keep in mind that large companies are better able to finance a lawsuit than you are.
Okay, so basically it's this. Apparently WotC's pissed off that people are house ruling their shit now.
He wasn't technically what he was doing was creating these one-stop stat blocks. The idea is to create a stat block for a monster so you don't have to do page flipping. So if a monster has certain spell-like abilities, it's in there. If they have certain equivalent feats, it doesn't say it's not going to say as blank. It's going to be in that stat block. That was what he was making. And he was using the monster manual and was going to be working on Volo's Guide to Monsters. And then Wizards of the Coast decided to try and fuck with him.
Oh god.
And that leads us to this, where he's saying, because the argument that the paralegal made to him is that the material within the books. It didn't specify, so one would have to naturally assume that it's talking about the whole book is, and their words were, inherently copyrightable. And Frylock is saying that's bullshit. You can because a lot of those while some of the characters in those stat blocks could be considered creative enough.
Doku's back.
Hey, Doku.
Yeah, that took longer than expected. Sorry about that, guys.
That must have been the world's longest shit.
Yeah, if only. It was 47 and a half Gurks.
In a row?
In a row.
Yeah. But anyway, it goes on, and there's a lot. The next few things, I'm looking through it. It's a wall of text. But then again, this is a lawyer, so
I think the reason why he made it this long was so that there could be as little counter argument to what he says. And
just real quick, what instance are we talking about? Because there's a lot of lawyer shit.
Yeah, there is.
What we're referring to, Doku, is the whole thing with Frylock and Wizard of the Coast trying to pick a fight with him over his custom stat blocks.
You know what? wouldn't this? I think this would be something interesting that Nikki Rackets could cover.
I have sent this material to 3 people, and I have not gotten a response from any of them. I sent it to Rackets, I sent it to Leonard French, and I sent it to Leor Lesser. Leonard French is the one who I would most like to see cover this because he is a copyright attorney.
Yeah.
So I think he would have the most expertise on this.
Yeah. But I think the problem is it's probably which case is spicier.
Where are my darts?
I think he could probably use a break from I think Leonard French could probably use a break from laughing at sovereign citizens. Although to be fair, sovereign citizens are a great lolcow.
Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Do you know that you're violating the Articles of Confederation?
You mean that piece of legislation that got overturned? Yeah, you're
Yeah. Don't forget. I have rights due to maritime law. Here's the problem. Maritime law only exists in the freaking sea, you idiot.
Oh, isn't that cute? He's using big words.
Freaking idiots. Anyway.
But I think instead of covering all 4 pieces on the matter, I think for the time being I'm going to spread out this particular main event over the next 3 weeks. Unless something sufficiently spicy comes along.
Oh yeah.
Because part two of this is going to cover abilities and spells.
Oh, and I've read and I've checked. I skimmed through that big wall of text. A lot of legalese. That's a reading assignment right there.
And I really do believe that this is something that needs to get covered. I'm going to try again and send all 3 of them a message. I had to directly email. The one person who I'm pretty sure is not going to get back to me on this is Leor Lesser, aka YouTuber Law, and I think that's because he's still in the middle of setting up his FCC complaint.
Oh, that's very important.
And he's been doing that ever since Sargon got kicked off of Patreon.
Oof. And I know Rackets is busy with that situation. It's starting to heat up. He's busy with that. French seems to be my best get on this, but I'd like somebody to look over this and give their thoughts, because now, yeah, Frylock is an IP lawyer, but he's also the focus, so there's going to be an inherent bias. Yeah, I would much rather have this thing looked over by a third party. But yeah, definitely. Next week, I'm not going to limit it to just them. If anybody knows a lawyer or an IP lawyer that would be willing to humor me on this, do let me know. Yeah.
I can always do some asking around for you.
In the meantime, that is gonna wrap things up for this iteration of the Monastery. We will be back. We will be, of course, back next Sunday. I will most likely be streaming Oninaki tomorrow. Oh God, Aaron? What did you do?
Oh God, it's something that Rackets just posted. I'll just
DM it to me. DM it to me later.
The council.
No, DM it to me later. Now that said, as far as what's coming in the future for the reviews, I have the next script coming, and based on how it's going, it's looking like for the next review, I'm going steampunk because the next one that's gonna be tackled, which should be in a week or two, Iron Kingdoms, Full Metal Fantasy.
Oh.
AKA the same game that's used in the War Machine and Hordes war game. And it also has steampunk mechs. So how can you say no to that?
You can't.
And to give a bit of an example on what it looks like, I am going to put in the council just a perusal through Google image search that has some of Privateer Press's artwork on the game.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
And for everybody else, there you go. That's what's coming soon.
Oh, that's very nice.
And yes, I know it's called a Steam Jack, but if I said Steam Jack alone, nobody but you and I would know what they're talking about.
Yeah, everyone's going, eh?
Who?
And Leos is going into a bit of lore. Actually, there is one. If I recall correctly, there is one person that Shades and Maddie are familiar with who does a lot of stuff on War Machine and Hordes' lore.
Oh, okay.
If I recall correctly, Shin Tiger Curl does that.
Yep.
Yep, that's the game. That's the game that's getting covered. I'm covering the RPG version of it that came out a few years ago, because the original Iron Kingdoms used as far as the RPG was concerned, used the D20 system. Correction, used the 3rd edition D20 system during the bubble. Yeah, that's a nope. Nope.
Yep, into the trash it goes.
It's not a bad game, but I have no desire to go back to that well. The only time I'm going back to that well is if I'm doing something that blows it up and rebuilds. That's why I did Fantasy Craft. And like I said, Monday I'm going to be streaming Ononaki. Tuesday I'm going to be streaming Felseal Arbiter's Mark. Now what the hell is that? Well, in simplest terms, it is a spiritual successor to Final Fantasy Tactics. Not directly, obviously. We're not going to Ivalice anytime soon, but it does have that same kind of style. And fans of both that or Ogre Battle are going to be right at home here. Even if there is going to be a disturbing lack of Queen because it's not Ogre Battle. But that is what we've got. That is what we've got coming down the pike for next week. It's still going to be a few weeks before we end up going all in with Zeitgeist, because there are a couple people who do need to have their characters put in.
Yeah,
but it is coming. And
someone's straggling.
Well, there's also schedule conflicts as well as other issues due to Mother Nature.
That sucks.
But that's what's coming. I will also note that I do have the script ready for the next Characters with Character. Upon Spade Ace's request, it is going to be Lenneth Valkyrie. I decided to do it at the beginning of Valkyrie Profile instead of using any of the stuff that happened in Silmeria. And Covenant of the Plume is a whole other can of worms.
Yeah. Right.
A really hard can of worms, but a can of worms nonetheless.
Yeah.
No, seriously, that game is old school Fire Emblem hard.
Oh.
And now that I've actually gotten a chance to try Thracia 776, it earned its reputation. That game will kick your ass. But that's what's coming down. That's what's coming down the pipe. Shades, I'm probably gonna DM you asking about what would be a good time to do a crossover between the Monastery and Anime Mavericks regarding Channel A, if that's possible.
We're talking about is it who I think it is?
Channel A, as I mentioned last week, is the Anime Pitch party game.
Oh, it's not that. Okay.
What the hell did you think it was?
I thought it was Channel Awful.
No,
fuck that.
We do not speak of Channel Off.
One, I don't even think they'd take me because I'm way too spicy for them. And two, I don't think I don't feel like flying all the way over there. And three, can you imagine what would happen if Mike Michaud tried to throw his weight around me?
Mike Machado would be fucking destroyed by you.
Yeah, and the funny thing is this: even if I joined, I don't have to worry about fucking flying because I'm probably a few towns over. But the thing here is, I wouldn't put up with their shit.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
but
anyway,
all bullshitting aside, we will see you all soon. I do hope you all stop by when you can for the open bar of the internet. My name is Mildra, and on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, stay fucking frosty and fuck the WotC.